All right, hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing there? How's it going there, CG? How's it going there, Alistair? How's it going there, Citros? How are you? How's it going there, Rasmus? How are you? How's everybody doing today? Hello, hello, hello. All right, so I started working on this last night. Talked about it a little bit yesterday, but there's a Cat 785 is what this is based off of, so it's gonna be Pat 785. It's kind of one of the smaller, quote unquote smaller mining trucks. I want to be able to do have plenty of people in multiplayer, so I don't want to do too big of a truck that, you pretty much need one truck. So, got quite a bit done last night. We've got the, it's all designed out. The hopper's done. Engine is in. A lot of weight stuff is done. So, let's get up there. Get up there, get up there. So, see where we're at here. So, we dump. This holds, I think, 2,800, I think. Yeah, I'll make sure I don't run over the dog. This holds 2,800. I've got simulated hydraulics there. I've got cam rods on there too to just give it a little bit more height. So put some cams on there, give it a little bit more height. But working pretty well there. And then it does have an engine already, so. So we need to work on the transmission today a little bit. I just have one gear in there, so. I think they're hydrostatic IRL. I'm not 100%. This one was a little weird to try to find transmission info on. Looks like a hydrostatic transmission, but I'm not sure. How's it going there, Alex08? How are you? Alright, so let me verify the count here. So 1, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 15. 15 times 7 times 27. 15 times 7 times 27. It's 2,835. So pretty good storage cap. It has 6 funnels, so it should dump pretty quickly. As you can see, they're hidden in there, so you don't have to look at them. No shimmer. Let's get working on that transmission. So, let me see. Let's see what I have for a transmission that is closest to this. Maybe the tractor's transmission. Let's look at this one and see what this looks like here. It's an 18 to 1, a 15 to 1, a 13 to 12, a 10, a 9 to 7. Curious what that's going to give me final speed. So the wheels are big. The bigger the tires, the larger the circumference, the faster you're going to go. So, a bunch of ways we can control for this. Let's run with this for now and see what happens. I can drop the whole thing lower. I can make it higher as well. So I'll probably end up doing final drives on it. I don't know. We'll see. Let's run this and see what happens, and then we can go from there. Let's see. Let's grab the transmission tutorials. Micro. Let's get these. Let's get the gears affixed. Let's see. So that one's going to be a 3-1, 5-2. That one is an even split 3-1, 5-2. Let's see. That is away. That is a 3-1. Which one's my reverse? Why is that not? Oh, I have symmetrical on the tractor, so I'll run that as a 3-1 reverse. Do I put a reverser on this? That's the question. We'll be losing quite a bit of changeover, but let's see. Let's try that for now. I gotta count this up here. Let's see. Yep, that's right. And then, what is it? 1, 2. All right. Let's run this, see where we get on speeds. All right, so we are switching 1 on just on 5th gear and 7th. So 5, 7. Switching 2 on... Actually, this should be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this should be switched here. Stand by. This one should be... Where are we at here? 3, 1, 5, 2. It should be 5, 2, 3, 1. 2, 3, and then that's... I can't count for shit, I'll tell you. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. The way the lines are lining up is not helpful. There we go. All right, so that one's switching on 1, 2, and 3. Reverse is reverse, and then this one is switching. What I put 2, 3 is the main, so it's going to be 3. 3. What do we got there? 3, 6, and 7. All right, so that's those gear ratios there. I'll quickly do the math on reverse. Reverse would be a 9 to 1 times a 2, 3. So 9 times 2, 18 divided by 3. 6, 1, that's not too bad. We'll see what the speed is on that. All right, we'll figure that out in a second. All right, let's set these up here. So let's see, reverse is 3. That's 1, -1, that's reverse, that's good. Then we need 5 and 7 for first. So let's get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. 5 and 7 for first. All right, so that's going to be 6, and this is going to be 7. So it'll be a 7 speed. Make that a 7. Okay, there we go. And again, 5 and 7. So we now have those. So 5 and 7. All right, and then we're going to have 1, 2, and 3 for 2 here. So 1, 2, and 3. 4th gear is going to be, I just wrote them down and accidentally cleared them out. Oh, okay, there. I moved them. All right. 3, 6, and 7. All right, 3, 6, and 7. So we have 3, if it will attach, 3, 6, and 7. All right, so that should be that. All right, let's update that real quick. And then what are we running that out to? I'll fix that later. Get the gears hooked up. All right, and let's configure this. Okay, shit. I'm using up down. That's not going to cut it. I don't want to change that to is the question. Change to left, right. Okay, let's fix the dumper. All right, let's give this a run, see where we're at transmission-wise. I'll put a linear speed in here so I know what my speeds are. Alright, so that is 8 miles an hour, something like that. I do not hear gearboxes clicking. Or I don't think I put electricity on. It is. Alright. There, I do hear it shifting now, okay. There's reverse. Looks like that's neutral, maybe. I can't hear the gear shifts. I can't hear the gear shifts. I gotta put the indicator in there so I know what the hell's going on in there. Cannot hear them. Let's go ahead and do this. It's working. Let's catch up with chat while that's starting. Nah, I don't think it would have a 20. It doesn't have a 24 speed. I think this is like a 6 speed. IRL, something like that. How's it going there, Turtle Man? How are you? Oh, see? I knew you were on there. Alright, let's go ahead and did I start up? I think I did. I did. Alright, so about 8 miles an hour, something like that. What the fuck is going on here? Something's up. Something's up and it's being annoying. Let's look at this. Why am I having problems here? I'm having some sort of issue here. Check out. I might do even another modular engine tutorial, make some changes. Do maybe a more advanced one. Let's see, radiator fan. We are gonna have a radiator fan on this one. We don't need a coolant pump, that can go. Let's see, this is gonna be Alright, we'll connect the seat through. Alright. So I need to get the clutch out on 25. And that goes right here. And the radiator fan we will keep. That can go. Just just highlight it, please. Thank you for tries. Alright, that should work. Wasn't there on the clutch out when I was in neutral either, so. Awesome. Gotta fix this now. Fix this, what the fuck? Let's see. Why is the seat not working? Stand by. I'm eating at the same time, so. Seat is coming in from 2-engine micro. I just friggin' plugged that in. Why are you not reading through? So there's a seat. Active inputs 1 on 25, 2-engine micro. What the fuck? Why are you not running through? Being obnoxious there, guy. 1 through 7, the counter is working correctly. 1, 0, 1, 2. 4 is fine. 4 is the default gear set. Alright, what is going on here? Why was the seat not connected anymore? Part of it, I can't hear it. I'll kill the music in a second when that comes time. But check electricity. I have infinite electricity on, so that shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, let's plug that in. What is this? Okay, these need to connect anyway. I'll connect to that for now. What are we missing? I got infinite electricity on, so I shouldn't have a problem. I didn't even hear the engine start. I'm gonna kill the music so I can actually hear what the hell's going on. Does fucking starters get somehow disconnected? It's the only thing I can think of right now. Radiator fan, starter. Okay, we have starters on there. Coolant pump, alternator. I didn't freaking change anything. What the hell? Everything merged? It became unmerged. Alright. That would do it. Alright. When the hell did I grab that and unmerge it? I don't even know. Alright, that would do it. Alright, there we go. First. Let's go in neutral first. Okay, good. So these, the 2 bars, they go between the wheels to keep rocks from getting stuck in there. You don't want to be blowing a tire or flinging a rock, so. Alright, so we are doing 3.3. Let's go up a gear. Oh, fuck. What the fuck am I doing here? I'm gonna grip these tires up. This thing is acting so greasy that that's part of my problem too, I think. It's just acting greasy as shit, so I might as well grip the tires up now. See which tires I like best too. Let's go. I kind of like the high speed look anyway. Let's go with high speeds on everything too. You get gripped? You didn't get gripped. You need to be... Okay, you're good. Okay, I'm gonna double check these. Alright. Save that, and we will quickly get that XML'd. Put 5s on these. Part of the issue. I can't really see what it's doing until I get those tires gripped up, so I might as well do it now. Alright. Why are you way the hell over there, guy? Let's see. Alright. go. Alright, so tires are gripped up now. Why are we not getting any speed change? I didn't hear a gear change. It went to 2, but I didn't hear anything. So did I fuck something up in the box? We're not getting... We got a speed change on that one, but the intermediary we didn't. I gotta look at it and see what I screwed up there. Just gonna go to 7 here real quick. See where... Like, yeah, we're not getting speed changes for shit. I don't know what's going on here. I gotta look at it. Why are you not changing gears correctly? I gotta go in that panel and see what's up. It's literally from the tutorial, it works. Alright, so we should be changing this on 5 and 7. 5 and 7. Yep. So first, it's going to be 5 and 7. Second, we're changing on 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3 for second. Fourth gear, third is just reverse, so that's right up there on -1. And fourth gear is going to be 3, 6, and 7. So 3, 6, and 7. All right, that looks good. Booleans are all done right. Again, this is from the tutorial. So what the fuck? The counter is counting right. Let's look at the boxes themselves and see if I have some issue there. Maybe we're not getting enough rev changes either. I think so, though. It sounds like I can hear it revving up. Okay. They're all merged up. Away, away, away toward. Pipe's coming down. Check the pumpkin. Pumpkin looks good. Yeah, pumpkin looks good. Front axle looks good coming off there. Coming down to the front axle. That looks good. Why are we not getting a speed change? Very interesting. I need an RPS gauge too to probably see what's going on in the engine. Oh yeah. I didn't mind the jumping before. Like, you know, I know a bunch of people complain about it, but it was like, we have like superhuman jumping. We had no problem getting on the items, but it was like, right now it's like, I can jump over the top of this thing. It's ridiculous. Got like no speed change between 1 and 2. What's the difference? It's a pretty small change. It's a 18 or 15. Is it gapping just not enough? Like, is there no change? Let's see, 5.07. I shift down, I get literally no change in gear. What the fuck is going on here? Literally no gear change at all. No speed change at all. So there's third. Third is a 13.5. So I wonder if the gapping is just not enough. Like, that slows me down the next gear change. What the fuck? I gotta look at this. This is ballsed up somewhere. We slowed down there on that gear change. Sped up again. Sped up there. Okay. What's the final speed? We're going like 9 meters per second. Probably a little bit on the low end. Alright, let's change the gapping on this. I think they're just too close, I think. No, it's gotta be something, man. We should get some change. We're doing some gear, and I'm like looking at 4 decimal place. We're not gonna change. I gotta look at it. Alright, 3152 is correct. Make sure they're going to the right box numbers. That's G1, G2, G4, G3. They're all plugged in correctly. Alright, so 1 is correct. Next one should be a... Can't count. 1, 2, 3. 1, 4. So that's correct. That's a 3-1. Okay, this is what's fucked up. All right, I see it now. All right, that's what screwed up. All right, I didn't fix the reverse in my chart. I gotta fix that. Trying to eat and do this at the same time is not helpful. It's too distracting. All right, there we go. Put some coffee in me and we'll be good to go here. All right. What the Christ is that? Yeah, that makes sense now. Okay. That makes sense. Because I hadn't put in the reverse yet, so the numbers are all wonky woo now. Let me make sure these are adding correctly. Oh, I fucked that one up. There we go. Yeah, I had screwed these all up. I pretty much went through the third gear box, and I had 5 2s in there because that used to be a changeable gear on the tractor. The tractor has, I think, 5 gearboxes. So let's see. This is 18. See, this is why. When I fix that, it's 18-1, 18-1. That's why we're not going to change. And then it's a 13-5 to a 15 to a 12-5, which is pretty damn close to that. 13. All right, good. So let's redo this whole friggin' thing. All right, so I think my first gear is probably a little bit high. Let's lower that down if I can. So let's run a 5-6 on this box. That's a 22-5, all right? Damn, I gotta sneeze. All right. So that's a 22-5, so I like that better. That'll drop our first gear speed. 18-1 sounds pretty good. Trying to think. Let's try a 9-5 on this to give us a bigger spread. So we'll go down to a 15 on that. All right, and then we'll go, let's see. 13-5. Let's see if we can slide that a little bit. Let's go. Yeah, we'll rewrite all this. Let's run that up there. I think that's probably better. Get a little bit more of a low gear on 2 there. All right, so we'll do 15-6 there, and then that's got to stay the same. We're gonna run into problems with this not being able to drop the box enough. So let's see. Yeah, we're gonna run into problems with that. So let's go like this. That's probably too much of a jump. Let's keep that low. All right, and then we'll drop this from a 3-1, and it will go to a 2-1 here. All right. That's all right. Good. So that's 12 and a quarter there. Okay. 12. So a 22.5, an 18.75, a 12 and a quarter. I gotta get this number down if I want any speed, but we don't need like big speed. You know, it's supposed to be a reasonably slow vehicle. It's an off-road truck. It's supposed to be slowish. Let's see, fourth gear. We're already into the 5.2s on this. Is the problem. And then what do we want to run here? We gotta run a 9.5 on this probably. I might gap this even more, so let's see. These are all 6.5s. Let's go down even more. Let's go to a 2.1. All right, let's do that. And then let's see what we want to hear. 5.2, 2.1. Yeah, we're gonna have a drop problem on this, so. We're gonna definitely have a drop problem in this. I think we're already getting like this one stays 3-1 for 1 gear ratio. So let's go. All right. Did want to drop that down, but let's see what we can do here. I want to keep this at 3-1 longer, so let's go. Let's make that a 5.295 on that one. Make this one a 3.152. We'll keep that as a 3.152. Let's see. Try a 3.195. See what that looks like. And we'll use this one to control the lightness in that. Alright. Alright, so that's 22.5 to a 15.6 and a quarter. And then let's see, we'll head back. This one, I gotta fix this one here. This one will be a 9.5, so that would be too low. So let's keep that as a 3.1. Okay, that's good. 18.75. We're not ready to switch over yet. This is gonna be real. Like this, to get that 22.5, I gotta go really low here. So that's problematic. All right, let's go to, you know what, let's actually keep this the same, 3.1, what's that, 18.75, and let's go to the 1.2 on this one, see what that gives us. Okay, good, so we can drop it plenty. All right, so let's go 5.2, 3.1, 5.6, 5.6, you scum, get the right one, 18.75, okay, that's good. Let's go back to a 3.1 on this, okay, 3.1. Trying to keep this 3.1 as long as I can. 22 and a quarter, and then let's try a 1.2. 13.5. Okay. I'm trying to keep this on 3.1 as long as I can. We're mid-range, so we're probably ready to switch it over now. Yeah, we're probably ready to switch this over now. So let's go. This is alternating, all right. Let's go 5.2. 3-1. That's probably pretty good. 11 1/4. All right. So let's go 3-1. That's a 9-1. That'll work. And we had a 9-3 for our final gear, so if I can get that a little higher and get our speed up, like 25 miles an hour is plenty. So we're pretty close to where I need to be here. All right, so far that's pretty good. Yeah. All right, so 3-1, 5-2. Let's go 5-2. Yeah, 5-2. 9-3-7-5. That's gonna be 3-1-1-2. Okay, good. That's gonna be a 2-1. At 7-5, that works. This one only changes over 1. If I can get this to be the same all the way through, I will throw it on reverse. So that's my new goal. At 7-5, yeah. See, I could do a 6-speed and fixed reverse. I might do a 6-speed and fixed reverse is what I might do. Or I could expand the gears out too, and I could put more gears in there. But I don't think we don't need more gears. This thing has a 3-cylinder. I think it has a 2-cylinder 3x3. It's got a lot of torque. Okay, I probably won't be able to change this on here. All right, I'm gonna quickly take a screenshot of this, and then I'll check chat in a second, guys. I'm just rolling here. So what I'm trying to do here is there's only 2 boxes that are different on 4. If I can move that over to 3, I can make 3 my reduction gear, because reverse is going to essentially be this. Reverse will be a 7.5, which is too high. So, let's see if I can do this. Let's make this a 1-2. Let's try this. And then these 3 here will be high gear changeover as well. So let's go down to a 2-1. That's going to be too low. Let's see. 3-1-3-2-1. Let's go. I don't know. Let's try the 5-6. Oh no, that's an up gear here. So let's go 3-1. That's too low now. Yeah, this is a 1-2. It's too low. That's all right. I can drag all the ratios up. So let's go to, I don't know, 2-3. 27-1. That's promising. 2-3. Come on. Click the right button. 18-1. I was going to say that looked awfully good. 5-6. All right, 22-5. And then let's make this a big gapper. So we'll do a 2 gap on this. All right, and so that's going to be a... Oh, come on, do it. 3-1. All right, so 3-1, 3-1, 5-6. That's a 15. That might be a bigger jump. That might be a bigger jump. Well, you said it like that, but I did initially. That could work. This could get us all right. We'll see. We might have enough torque to power through it. It's not like we're actually holding 300,000 pounds of stone, so... All right, 5-6. This has to be all changed to 5-6 now, so let's change all this to 5-6. All right, so we've got a 22 to a 15. It's a jump, but we'll see if it works. And then, yeah. All right, good. So then this one here needs to go. Let's do 2-1. I gotta fix all these here, so I'm just gonna fix these real quick so I remember what I'm doing here. All right, this is gonna be this is gonna allow me to get my reverse down to a 22.5. Not quite. It's gonna be real close. It's actually gonna be reverse. Gonna be a little bit lower than first, which is actually kind of what you want. All right, so 22.5, 15. Let's fix this one. So let's go a 5.2 on that, John. So that's a 15 to a 12. That works. All right. Let's go back to a 3.1. All right, we 15, 12. Okay, and then that's all set. That's all set. Okay, and then let's see. Let's go a 3.1 here, and then let's go a 5.2 here. I might want that 18.75 up top. I'm trying to run them high. Let's try to run them high, see what happens. Actually, no, let's move it up. Stop it. Got the right one. When I did this, I really wanted to make these so they had the whole ratio, but the Sheets hates that. It converts everything to calendar, which is obnoxious. Yeah, like everything's supposed to be a calendar date. It's like, I don't care about a calendar date, ding dong. All right, 3.1. That's my 15.1 back. All right, now let's run 5. Let's try 3.1, 2.1. All right, and let's dump this ratio down to the other one, which is a 2.1. All right, so there's a 10.1. All right, good. Let's make this a 5.2, 2.1, 8.3. And shit, I don't think we're gonna be able to get another gear out of this. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to get another gear out of this. Let's go. Those are all as high as they can be. Drop that to a 13. There's a 9. I'd like to at least get a 6-speed out of this. 7's a little weird, but 2.1. Once we're on 2.1 here, we're pretty much stuck. We have to stay on 2.1 because it's too much of a gear change to go up any higher than that. So, what I was trying to do over here is keep this. This is alternating 3.1, 5.2, 3.1, 3.1, 5.2. So it's pretty much alternating. Let's alternate this one out, see what I can get. So yeah, we could roll that for the next one. Yeah. That would be alright. 7, yeah, it's only gonna get a 7 on that. So 5.2, 2.1. So that's a 6-speed, and that should go faster. This is probably pretty good. 22 to an 18 is a good short skip. If it's too far, you're gonna lug out. And then this is a bigger jump, so you're already moving pretty fast now. So that's a okay jump. This one's a pretty small jump here. Let's see if I can jump it even more. Let's go to a 3.2 here. There's 11. Change all these to 3.2s. What is that? That doubles that up. Shit. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Let's try it as a 5-speed, because that's pretty damn good there. That should get us some good speed. That's got us a really low gear. That's got us a nice intermediary gear. That's starting to get us like rolling around the mine speed. And then we have 2 drive speeds essentially. Let's run that. Let me catch up with chat, guys. But this is starting to look good, because you got to kind of think of what the job of the vehicle is, you know. And the job of this vehicle, the reason why, like, you know, you can have a mining truck that's a 5 or a 6-speed, and a tractor trailer that's an 18-speed. Is a tractor trailer goes on the highway and has to be able to go 70. You know, the mining truck never has to go 70, so all of its gears are low. You know, tractor trailer has essentially 2 boxes. It's like you just took one of the boxes and you just ran as a 5-speed. You know, and you never got out of 5th gear. All right, let me quickly catch up with chat here. I changed the tires. What are you talking about, CG? I just XML gripped the tires to 5. The point of going to high grip tires is if you go to high grip tires, it gives you a little bit more grip, but the point is you can XML a whole hell of a lot of grip and then have the look you want. So that's why I do the high speed tires. Is I'd rather have this Nokian look than have the other look. You know, this is more what modern day truck tires on these mining vehicles look like. You know, and then I XML them. So, you know, I get like, I don't know, what, 110% grip with high grip tires, where if I XML grip, I go up 500%. So, it's much better to do it that way. All right, so we've got this set up. I need to fix these ratios. I think this box is going to run a little bit better. This is going to be a 5-speed. And then it's got a good set of ranges on it. So I need to go, let me see, 1. I got to count. All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is going to be a 3-1. So 5-2 is going to be in 2nd and 5th. 2nd, 5th, and 6th. 2nd, 5th. It's a 5-speed, and I have 3 there. That's wrong then. Okay. Oh my god, can I not count at all? 2nd and 5th. Okay, 2 and 5. Yeah, but I like, there's no point to me in just using that as a determination, as it's no way close enough to what it needs to be. 4th and 5th. 4, 5. Reverse. And then this one's going to be a 3rd, 4th, 5th. 3, 4, 5. Okay. 3, 4, 5. I don't know why I didn't put commas in there. Okay, let's rerun these. All right, so that's a 3-1, 5-2. This is going to be a 3-1, 2-1. This one here is flipping around. All right, and then this one here is going to be a 5-6 reverse. This one's got to flip. All right, and then this one here is going to be, let's see. That shouldn't have 3 switches. That should just be switched on. I got to switch this one up then. This one's going to be a 3-2, 3-1. And that's only changing on 1, 2. 1, 2. All right. All right, good. All right, let's go through here and we'll run them again. Right, so gear 1's getting changed on 2 and 5, 2 and 5, 4, 5 for the next one, 4 and 5 for the next one, 1 and 2 on 4, 1 and 2 on 4, 1 and 2 on 4. Reverse is still 3. We are just running a 5 banger at the moment. 3 is our default set. Try this. I think this is going to be better. We might struggle a little bit switching from 2nd to 3rd, but that's to be expected. So if we have issues, that's what it is. Because we're going, it's quite a jump. It's a 7 ratio jump. So we should have a real nice slow first gear now. Glad you like it there, Owl. How's it going, Owl? Good to see you. Why are the screws in my old phone smaller than the ones in my tiny toy? That's so you can't take it apart and fix it yourself. I'm just catching up in chat here. Alright, let's see. Alright, are we ready to go here? Let's see. First. Alright, so we should have a nice, real low, slow speed here. Let's... I don't have brakes. Let's go in reverse. Right, so reverse is even slower, is even lower than first. Oh, I don't have any brakes here. Alright, so make sure we're in. Let's go in first. Alright, so speed in first, it should be nice and low. It's about 8. Alright, good. There's about 9. There's about 10. Alright, that's actually not too bad of a jump. That didn't have any issues. That's up to about 16 miles an hour now. There's about 24, 23 maybe. There is going to be, what are we in? We're in 5th gear now. Alright, so there's about, we're looking just shy of 30 miles an hour. So that should, this gives us some good, this gamifies it well. We've got good grip on the tires now. So this should give us, this is a good range. That was why, I went back and screwed with it again, was, it's important. Like, the biggest thing with transmissions is, like, you need to know what your job is. And so that's, like, the biggest thing that's important is, if your job is you're big and heavy and you have to accelerate a lot. Like, you have to stop, you have to go. You have to stop, you have to go. You're going to want and you're big and heavy, you want a really low starting and gearbox because it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of torque to get you moving. So you need those low couple gears to get moving. Once you're moving, right, the vehicle still wants to keep moving. There's a lot of momentum there. And so you can actually jump a gear pretty well if you have some momentum. So we jump from, second to third's a pretty big jump. That's about 7.5. So that's a big jump. But at that point, we're moving pretty fast. So the vehicle's going to keep moving with momentum. And then now you're switching down. You're going about less than, you're doing about a 4 change. A little less, 375 change. And then you're doing a 1 1/4 change. And so the reason why the changes get smaller and smaller is, remember from the gearing tutorial and the transmission tutorial, you're trading away your torque for your RPS. You're trading away your power for speed. As you trade away more power, you cannot make as big of a gear change because you don't have as much power now. And so you're trying to make you need to start making smaller changes. So the first couple gears, you have a lot of torque still. You're at, 22.5. You got massive amount of torque. Then you go into an 18.75, right? So that's a little less than a 4 change. You've got a lot of torque there. And then you make, you're starting to move now, so you don't need as much torque because momentum's taken over. Like a passenger car, you could start with a 3-to-1 gearbox on there because... you're just hauling ass, and ass isn't that heavy. Well, unless you're in certain places. But, ass isn't all that heavy, and so and then you're pretty much in the high box the entire time. You don't need a real low box, You also can rev your engine a lot higher in a small car, so you can get your torque by revving the bitch out. You got a big motor, the differential is very low, so you need the gearing to do the differentiation for you. How's it going, Zachy? Good to see ya. Your Hummer has 8 gearboxes. Good lordy, man. So like this right here is not bad. Like, so one of the reasons I'm driving out here is like at 30 miles an hour here. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, we're, you know, just shy of 30 miles an hour. This is a pretty good speed to get us out here. You know, because we're gonna have to drive down to the train, back up. We're gonna be driving from FJ. It's not a pain in the ass, you know, and that's one of the reasons I want to make the speed all right at a, you know, get us a reasonable speed getting up here. Yeah, because, you know, making things always, you know, perfect IRL. Again, that's, you know, part of the thing some people miss is I love having it as realistic as possible, but at the end of the day, you've got to put some gamification stuff in there. Like, for example, you don't want, you know, IRL, they're going to take one of these in on a truck, and they're going to assemble it at the mine, and it's never going to leave the mine until they disassemble it. And so you don't need to be going super duper fast because you're just driving around the mine. You know, in game, we're going to need to be driving from FJ here, which is something you wouldn't naturally do. So the goals are different, you know, and that's when people are always shooting for 100% realism. I get it, but it's like sometimes you gotta see what your objectives are and how they're different in the game, and so that's an important thing to kind of make vehicles that actually operate for your conditions, you know. Because like if they went to the engineers at CAT and they were like, hey, you know, we need to, every once in a while we need to drive 4 miles from, you know, base to the mine, so we'd like a vehicle with a little bit more speed so we can get out there, they would make it like this, you know. But it'd be nice if we could start putting some color on this. I'm gonna put some, I might put some XML glass in there. I kind of like the old, some of this, the boxiness. All right, so in game, like running a high gearbox up a hill is actually helpful. I want to run it slow just to see what happens. So like you know, I was watching some of the mining vehicles, the same thing with tractor trailers. They talk about you should be going, if you're going uphill, I'm trying to think of the way they put it. Might need some momentum on this one. See, the other thing too with this is, like, if you think of the miners we were already using, they have 2 front drive tires, and then they have 4 rear drive tires, and those are gripped up to 5s. This here has only 4 drive tires. So the other thing you got to be careful with is when you get these bigger vehicles, they have a smaller tire count. They have a smaller tire count, so you got to keep that in mind, is that you might have to really grip them up high because you have such a small tire count that like my 18-wheeler, or, you know, they're not 18-wheelers in the back, but like my twin-screw tractors, they have essentially 6 drive tires. So they've got 2 more drive tires than this. So you got to keep that in mind, that these tires, you know, we only have 4 drive tires. We might need to gear these up to like 10s or something. Yeah, see, like we're slipping in the air. This is heavy too, so probably need some more grip on this because it has such a small tire count. And that's the thing, is your contact patch on this is probably smaller than it is on one of the tractors, you know. That's kind of that's the worst hill that we kind of use. Let's go over here and see if it goes up the regular hills. I want to see how it works on all that stuff. Yeah, and you would never see one like this going up the hill. They, you know, you wouldn't go that way, but it's convenient. Again, that's the gamification thing, is it's convenient drive. If we have to drive all the way from FJ, it's convenient to just be able to run up that hill, you know. And to accept that, yep, that's not realistic, but that is within my objectives. You know, so like this is the better approach path. There's another one on the other side. This one we probably should be able to get up. So, you know, I'm going to probably grip these tires up to 10s. Like, again, you know, like CD was saying, you know, not using the high grip on there. Frankly, you know, it's negligible because I'm going, if I go up to 10s, you know, that's probably, what, 10% change in from high speed to high grip. So, 10% of normal, and I'm going up, you know, 1,000%. You know, so it's pretty negligible comparatively to, just going in an XML in them. But I think it looks spot on. I think I got the lines really nice. We'll paint it up here. You know, I was almost going to put a little bit more bumper on there. If you look at the pictures, like there was a really good YouTube video of a guy. He went in, he did a walk around, and then he goes in the vehicle. And it has this real flat, long bumper like that. And I wasn't a huge fan. I was going to thicken the bumper up, but you just saw why it does that. Is we got into a dip, and that nice flat bumper kept us, you know, from bottoming out going into the dip. So as much as I, you know, would kind of like to square it up and beefcake it a little bit, I think that's actually probably, it's like that for a reason, is to slide up. So this is one of the better, less crazy approach paths here. You know, this will have no problem with the iron mine either. Iron mines, like the aluminum mine here is obscene how I would like them to put some paths in, you know, like just a couple, like they need one, like put one road path in here. Because you kind of do have to do a bunch of cliff climbing to get in here, which is kind of gross. Yeah, this is heavy too. I put a lot of weight blocks in this, so it's already pretty heavy as well. And unlike IRL, you're not getting any grip advantage really from the mass. You get a little bit, but... Alright, so let's grip this sucker up. This needs it. Alright, let's check the grips here. Alright, so I'm going to replace those with 10s. I'll go screw it right to 15. Alright, so those are all gripped up to 15s now. Alright, let's go grab the add-on. This was Hell Hill there. This is where Amanda went over, and then this week people were going down that, but we were struggling to get up, so we'll see. Put these next to each other too, which will be fun. So that's about a perfect size, I would say. Getting a bigger one, I don't want, you know, getting a bigger one, I think it's going to be, you're just going to be sitting around, like, this one here, what is it, 28 something? So, let's see, 28, let's just do 2800 divided by 162. This is going to take 17 buckets to fill. So, if I make it, if I made one bigger than this, you know, you're going to have, the next person's going to be sitting in line all day. You know, ideally you want this so that you've got one person is up here receiving, the other person's driving down to dump. And then by the time this person's almost full, the next one's arriving, you know. So, you know, kind of, if it did, you know, an absolutely enormous capacity, all you're doing is sitting around all the time, so it's actually not efficient at all. You're just wasting time with people sitting doing nothing. What the hell is it? There it is. Brakes would be really a novel. Shit. I do have reverse. All right. Worried I didn't have reverse. The other nice thing with the bucket, when I made the bucket miners, I wanted to get these. So like I was thinking of making a big excavator. There's two types they use in the mines. They use the shit. That's rolling too. They use the type that it curls down, so you'd sit on top of the hill and grab and pull up. And then they will do the other one that it scoops up like that one. And so this one will be able to scoop the flats and the walls, which is kind of cool. We'll try this. We'll see what happens here. It's a little bit of tough of a left hanger here. Oh yeah, that's too tough. Let's go. Let's follow the rim. Let's find some places. I'll go up and down some of them. But like, yeah, again, you get too big of a truck too. It's gonna be like tough to drive around here. Like the visibility here. Like one trick you'll use in trucks IRL is like set where your wheel's gonna be. So like that is the cliff face. Now look at where it falls on your superstructure here. So this post right here, this one here is as far as I want to get to that cliff edge. That's how you do it with some of these big vehicles IRL. Okay, so there's the next level. So, like, I'm going to put this post on the cliff edge. So the base of that post goes in the cliff edge. And that's as close as I can get. So if we look, right on the money. So you know that that's as close as you want to get. So give it a little bit of safety margin. And you know, if you start sneaking over and the base of this post hits the cliff edge, you're too close, you should start steering back. You know, that's how you do it IRL when you don't have the visibility that you do in like a car. You know, you have to start using other parts to reference parts. This is hairy up here. Doing all well. Oh, I'm happy there's a bunch of wall stuff here. Ooh, mother. This has a lot of weight. It's got a lot of weight in the tipper, but it does also have a ton of quite a bit of weight in the. Oh Jesus! So we're not going up this. It's doing it all right. I'm kind of shocked. Oh fuck! Famous last words. It's doing it all right actually. So like probably back there where they're two connected is probably you'd want to go down. You wouldn't want to be riding this edge here. But see over there, it's a nice, more gentle slope. This is where we should be going up and down. Again, I'm going to work on that map. And I'm going to get us a, you know, we'll have, like, do not go over this edge, you know. I do not want to take the crane out, you know. And so, you know, I don't mind taking the crane out once. It's the 28 times it gets old. So it's like certain areas are going to be off limits to where we want to go. Like, that is a pretty safe place to go up and down right there. So, like, this is nice and convenient for getting on the top shelf. There's another one on the other side that's convenient for getting on the top shelf. So, like, that's why that bumper is so long and skinny, is to go up. Like, when you notice how we didn't hit bumpers. Yeah, so like this. Make sure we have no problem going all the way up this. Nice. So this is like, that would be like max grade for one of these. So I'm happy with that performance. But the map's going to get all the no-go zones. Like, nope, climb here, climb there. It'll tell you right where to climb. And you can climb on those areas. I want to see if there's a way down and up over here. It's driving well. I don't think it's not going to need a steering stability system at all. It just never gets that fast. So like even at full speed, see I'm doing full turns and the steering's slow enough that it's not a problem. I don't think there's an up over here or down over here. I think we got to do that big one that I was at before. Yeah, I don't see one over here. I did this. I flew around this area when I was checking the map earlier. The other day, so it gets stuck. Like a bunch of my vehicles are doing this. They get like phantom physics and they get stuck, and they don't want to turn. They don't want to turn left. It's always left. I wonder what the hell's causing that. It's always a left turn, and they just don't want to do it. I don't know what it is. Like, see, it did that little weird little jump. It's got some phantom physics going on there. I'm going to try dumping the bed real quick, see if that resets it. See, something's fucking caught. That's what's causing the problem right there. It's the bed wants to go one direction, and it's not letting the truck go the other direction. You know, it's just a game thing. You gotta just... Why won't this go? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I changed the controls. This used to be up-down, now it is left-right, so... But I was kind of surprised myself. Like, see how far back the hinges? It's behind the drive wheels. Generally, you put them in front of the drive wheels. Not always, but it's if you put the hinge in front of the drive wheels, it's less likely you'll tip over backwards. But I would say the way this is built, it's probably not tipping this over backwards. But yeah, so I'm having no issues. Like, this is pretty gnarly-ass terrain. What is that? That is interesting right there. That looks like a reasonable... I can't... yeah, that's too cliffy over there. It almost looked like we could go up and down there. It's got a good approach. Actually, what is that? That actually looks all right. No, I can't tell. I can't freaking tell. That's pretty hairy over there. Let's try this diamond again. This was the one that was giving me problems, but you know, I'm up to a 15 on these. I can definitely feel I'm getting better grip. You know, might still not have enough grip for the real extreme stuff, but you know, it's just I only have 4 tires that are actually spinning right now, so that's one of the things that would be nice the devs to add is innate dualies. You know, if we had innate in-game dualies, it would I would have 6 wheels pushing, and so that would give me, you know, 50% more pushing power essentially. So that would be, you know, worthwhile. I think, you know, there are applications for that. You know, there are a lot of applications in game for that. You know. I wish these behaved a little bit heavier. See how they're like flapping in the breeze there? I would say they're pretty damn heavy IRL. Probably steel rods. It's another reason why I don't like suspension on most things, is the suspension is super soft. Like, it's good for a number of things, but it also takes up a ton of space. You know, like, you know, Citrus's truck was really good with that. Alistair, do you have suspension on your Bug? I couldn't remember. You know, I remember, I think it was Citrus's I took over the bridge, and I was able to hit, and it took the bump, and I didn't have to slow down. But the problem is, like, a lot of my stuff is, like, super small. I try to get as small as possible. And it's a bitch to get suspension in there because they go in one extra set of spaces, and I literally don't have the space for it. You know, on my trucks, you know, the suspension is for the, see, I can't, just give me the, see, it's phantom fucking physicking again. There we go. What I might do is put a hardpoint lock on that so the bed locks down. That will probably keep it from going side. Look at that. No problem. So, yeah. So, 15 grip on there. You know, it's like, this is the thing that, like, I think the devs could very easily put a slider on there for grip. But I think, again, you know, my whole hypothesis on that was, again, you know, you get a new player, they throw the grip all the way up to most, because, of course, why wouldn't you want more grip? Well, because if you want to actually be able to turn the vehicle, or, you know, actually power the vehicle, you need a proper gearbox. And you're going to get a new player who's like, oh, game sucks, you know, I put the grip all the way up, and my tires, and I stall all the time. Boo, game. And they're like, well, what do you have in there for a transmission? Oh, what's a transmission? You know, and so that's probably why they do it, is, again, it's, you know, but I think I would personally put the slider up to 15, 20, and let us just do it. All right, so that's the issue there. Is the bed is very heavy. The bed has a lot of battle cannon pieces in it, right at the bottom. So it's likely when I turn the momentum, the bed's trying to stay in the same direction, and it's fighting me. So if I put a couple hardpoint locks on there, or even one, it will come in, it will snap, it will lock, it will hold it, and it will shift a little bit, but it won't be able to shift super duper. But yeah, that's running really well. All right, good. Let's take it in. Let's paint this brush. Oh, I'm on in the add-on. Okay. But add-on editor is another good way to test it. You know, I've used the add-on editor more and more now, and I think it's one of the best tools to be able to just, like, put things right where you want, put them in bad conditions, test them out. Pretty damn convenient. It's great for even a career game where, like, oh, I tipped my vehicle over. I'm going to get frustrated. Instead of getting frustrated, don't get frustrated. Just chill the frig out and, you know, bring the crane in. You know, something like that. All right, let's see. Trying to see what I want to color swap this out as. Let's say it's saved already. I'm gonna color swap the interior colors, the dark color, and then I will oh piss. Yeah, I'll color swap the interior color, and then I'll hand paint the yellow. It's gonna be a lot of paint in the yellow, but I think I should be able to get it in there reasonably fast. Trying to see the difference between my standard yellow and the new one I'm using. See what color I don't need. I don't know. That color's my ceiling color, I think. This green's pretty much that green. So let's take that. Stick you there. That's pretty damn close. They're the same. Okay, I did use the same color. Alright, that's fine. Was not sure. I didn't mean to do that, you scum. Alright, let's grab that back. This color is, I think, a little bit different. This dark color. So that's a new color. Alright. Should actually be able to do a bunch of fill planes on this because they're on the exterior and the outside. Should be able to do most of the fill planes under here. That one I don't want to do. That one I can do. That one I can do. This one I probably don't want to do. This I don't want to do. All right, let's hand paint. It's tough to do screenshots when it's that purple color. There's no, like, literally no detail in there. It's just hard to get any good screenshots. I'm gonna fill plane that. I think that would be fine. Fill plane that should be fine. That can go, that can go. That's got its own, that's fine. That does nothing else. I'll fill plane these, screw it. I think that's fine. I don't think we're gonna run into any issues on that. Come on, stop it. Trying to gently scoot back. I'm holding control, and then I keep missing it. It's getting old. There we go. On this one here. I'll probably do a little bit of a darker on the axles there, but for now, they're gonna get standard colors of what they'd be. What's the plane on that? That plane seems empty, so I think we're all right there, and that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yep. I don't want to do this one. I want the frame to be that color, so go in there. Back of the frame. I didn't mean to color you. Thank you. Starting to look pretty good there. It's very monochromatic, like cat stuff too. It's like a little bit of accent pieces, so I'm like, I try to go a little bit more of the accent than they do. It just gets, you know, like you start getting a little bit of dirt and color, and it helps differentiate, and then we don't get that as much, so it's tough. You know, I'll put in some shade colors. This one's got a lot of that work that needs to be done. A lot of brackets on this. And this I can't see anywhere else. Ugh, see, I don't want to do that. That's all right. I'll fix this. Just fixing these two here. Okay. One thing that would be kind of cool, I know they don't want to add a bunch of blocks, but like I would love to see just like a 1x1 block and each face is split in half. So you can color this side, you do 45s on. I think that's probably a pretty common thing to need. Symmetry that. I don't know if I want to fill plane that. Let's do it, screw it. Get out in the sun. It's hard to tell when it's sitting in here. The other one looks fine, so I assume this will be looking fine. Yeah, you don't want too many drivers waiting, and you know, and you need to keep everybody moving, you know. And I'll see you later, Citrus. Thanks for hanging out. A little bit yellow. I might darken that up just a hair. Yeah, it's looking too yellow. Let's try to screw with this color a little bit here. Let's drop 32 off these. That's much better. Alright, that's my... I've been wanting to screw the color, see if I want to change it for a while now. Okay. That's much better. I'm gonna pull up some pics here. I hate how, like, Google always wants to save your last thing. It's like, dude, it's like I'm doing something else now. Don't need to see the transmission from this that I saw yesterday. Okay, so the cab is black. I'm going to work with this cab. This is a good pick here. I like this pick here. Let's open this up. All right. So that is ribbing on there. Can't really do that. I like to get a little bit more shapeliness in the cab area. This is a interesting shape of fuel tank. I might put customs in there. See, like Cat has like the base paint in there is the same yellow color, and it looks so monochromatic in game. That's why I like doing like the frames a different color. You can see how the other tires look, but I don't like the look of the other tires that they put in, the devs put in. Like, I don't like the look of them. Like, if they look more rounded, like on that picture, I think I'd be happier with them. But the way they look, I'm not thrilled with. That's why I like these. I tend to like these. All right, let me catch up with chat. How's it going there, Sergeant? Did I say sorry? I had a Sergeant? I don't know if I did. Yeah, it's nice when you know, as much as it's frustrating, like when you get on project and you never get anything finished, it also means you're excited and you want to play, which is cool. Yeah, that's kind of the thing that, you know, trying to poo-poo when I get a chance to play, you know, and get excited to play. Let's see if I cut the viz down. This has 2 seats in here. There's a dummy seat in there as well. Yeah, and another gamification thing, like I talked about with like how Star Citizen does, like they have to make everything oversized, because for them, like this is one of the things that you see people asking for in this game is they're like, oh, you know, make it so the NPCs are less dumb. They want them essentially to like have more, you know, like AI walking around. I get that, it's cool, but the problem is then, you know, if you had NPCs that could walk around, you also need to make it so that your vehicle is big enough they can be in there, and so that becomes that can become an issue. Like at Star Citizen, they had this issue where, you know, everything gets huge because you have to be able to have an NPC walk around in a ship, and so stuff starts getting inflated and balloons out of control size-wise because you know, you can't afford to have something glitch into the wall. You know, and you see it like what happens when you no-clip into the wall or something. And so if you had NPCs that just kind of like trundle about all day long, you know, all you need is one NPC to walk in and get stuck in the wall, and now the game's, you know, grinds to a halt. So you got to be careful with some of that stuff too. You know, so it's something that is you got to consider too. Let's see. Everybody's playing Gray Zone Warfare today. Might have to get that at some point. That's kind of, it's somewhat like Tarkov. You go do missions, there are other players, and there are also NPCs. It kind of seems interesting. Tarkov took a big shit on the community, so a lot of people are understandably very pissed off. Yeah, I'm not gonna stream any Tarkov right now because of their bullshit, so. Not smart what they did. You know, very bait and switchy. Try to see if I can get some angle windows in here. I haven't bothered XML-ing these in yet. Am I really at max on that? I guess I am. Okay. See, try to get a big old window XML in there if I'm gonna do this too. Might do 2 doors. I think there is 2 doors. I'm kind of doing it where it's a pass-through door. I don't think that's actually how it is in a real vehicle. I think it's a door on either side. Let's see. happen. Trying to see how much that's worth angling that windshield because it's got to come out to here. I could slide the seats back one. Do that for now. Grab the seat there, ding dong. The problem is the slope is not that much in the real one either. So see what we can do here. Let's work this roof line, see if I like it or nay. Not bad. Cut some of that eyebrow off, maybe. Let's actually keep that like that, and then we'll put a full-on eyebrow in there. Kind of digging it so far. Not too bad. How did you get? What is this about? Oh, that's got slid back. That's what it was. Okay. What do I have for windows on this? I know these won't fit, but I want to try to space something to see. Just the angle of these are just ridiculous, man. Like this is a good angle on a window. I know it's beating a dead horse asking for more window pieces, but guys, we need more window pieces. Alright, merge that one out. This one's a bitch to get hooked to. Never get hooked to this one. I have to bring it in pre-grabbed, so always tough to grab. Let's hook that one up to anything. Like you see there, it's the gap right there. It just does not want to grab on anything, any face or any side. It just hates to grab. There, it doesn't want to grab on that face, or that face, or that face. Or that face, or even on that face. Doesn't want to grab any of the faces. I don't know. I think that looks pretty good. It looks a little more modern and sleek back. The real one's pretty slick back, so I'm digging it. I gotta get a door. I gotta get a pane of glass in there. Let's save this here as a backup. Hillock, I'm running standard there, and then just a squared outdoor. Alright, I'm running these panels there, and then the door is going to be start close. So let's grab these. I might get stuck. That's only a 2 gap there. I might not be able to make it past this window. That's going to be a problem. Because the collision is going to be on the outside, and I need at least a 2 gap to walk by it. So we'll see. We shall see. I could put a fake railing piece in, but fall off too. All I could do is put a fake railing piece in. Let's see how that works. Okay, you didn't grab where I wanted, huh? Did you, you scum you? Terrible scum you. Alright, you literally... Okay, you're 1 off. Okay, never mind. Thought it was touching. You're literally touching, but you weren't. Thought I grab one of these with all of the... Let's try something here. Let's get rid of you. I think that's what I'm going with. Let's grab that windshield again. And then I wanna... We're all one piece, right? No, we're not. Okay, the sides are still attached there, so I should be able to slide that in and attach the side pieces to get it in. All right, let's try that. And then I'm gonna stretch it, so stretch it XML. Alright, so now let's try to merge the side pieces, knowing that those actually grab. Alright. Where are they? Where are they? Where are you? Stop, stop, stop. Stop flashing, ding dong. Oh, you suck. You suck, you suck, you suck, you. Alright, that is affixed. That can go that. Oh, fuck off. Come on, come on, come on. Go where I want. Everything takes 3 times as long when you hit all the wrong parts. I deleted something I needed. There we go. This is the one I want. Alright, so we'll stretch that one. So I think I'm going to put a door on either side. There's plenty of space, so we'll do it. And so I think it's a suicide door on it. So let's go there, and let's go there. No, that's the wrong spot. Let's see, what's the width of this door? I can't go 3. So it needs to be a 2-bang door on there, so. hit the railing. Let's see if I can walk past that window. If I can't walk past that window, I gotta slide the cab more leftward anyway. Okay, we can make it by the window. Alright, we're good. So I'll put a 2-bang door on there. Nice. That was gonna quickly answer that issue, so. Kind of what the door is gonna be a suicide door. So let's see. Just means it moves this way. Yeah, it's gotta be a 2 on there. That's under worker. Good. I really don't want to slide it over 1. I think over 1's too much. They're already sitting here. Just square the door too. Start them closed. Let's try that. And then I can do a 45 on it, probably. Square the door and make a 45, screw it. Oh, stop. Delete random shit, please. Thank you. Alright, then I should be able to limit this to 45 degrees in the door and still be able to get in. That's pretty good. Let's see, does this take a toggle? Nope. I gotta re-update this door. This is an annoying way to do it now. We need to do cooling systems. I have no cooling in there yet. Runs at a reasonably high RPS too, so it's gonna need some. Check chat in a second here. All right. Go. Can I get out? Is the question. Yep. Get out. I have to crawl around like a meat popsicle, but that works. All right, good. I like it in here. This feels nice. Lacking a little viz here. I know in the real models you have viz there. I don't really care though. I still can like see right to my rails. I did lose a little viz, but like how close am I to the ceiling? Yeah, I definitely don't want to drop it down, and those are already an odd number, so I can't go even number on that. That's all right. We'll be all right. I don't foresee it being a problem here. Yeah, I think I'll be fine. Alright. The guy likes to lay down when he tries to get out of his vehicle here. the window. The window's the reason why I gotta get right on top of it to do it. But it's fine. All right, good. So those I like. I could put a micro like Citrus did in his build on the roof, which let's try that and raise the seats and see that, because I would like the viz to get better. Yeah, we're gonna hit here. What's that? Yeah, that's already curved. I don't think that's gonna help because of this spot here. Those 1x2s, they are. Try something here. I can't go up higher because of the top. Let's try jacking the seats up and see what happens. We're gonna have plenty of cameras anyway, but like what I was showing when I was driving around, how you use the reference points of the vehicle to, you know, like I completely lose the base of the railing there, so I lose some of that ability to do that. You still get reference points, just gotta redraw reference lines, but like a little bit of a better viz without having to use cameras. I'm gonna have cameras, but alright, this is better. Yeah, so I might be able to get the micro in there. The sitting up here is much better. Up here I get a better viz up here, so feels taller. Okay, we'll do that. And then can I push these seats up? I don't friggin' think I can. Because they got pushed back too. I can push them up. Alright, beautiful. So we're good. It was the middle console that was causing the collision issue there, so that's out of the way. Let's push those up. Alright, this fixes all else. So that was you know, as with everything, it's, you know, it's not invented by the person who last used it, but that was something I noticed on Citrus's truck, was putting the microcontroller in there looks natural, and it doesn't, you can't look through it, so that was a good idea there that I have not tried, so. Let's see, what are you? You are, I don't want to put an actual microcontroller in there if I can avoid it, because you end up, it talks to you and tells you things. What did you put in there? Did you put in a microcontroller and then an XML block to Citrus? I can't remember. We'll ask Citrus's build. I think I still have it downloaded. Yeah, let's see what he did. So he's got just the microcontroller in there. Okay, so just a microcontroller in there. So I couldn't remember if you had a microcontroller and then XML blocked it too or not. So. Nope. Come on, get this color, please. Click it 3 times. What is that? That is a 5 banger? 5x3. 5x3, okay. So this should have really good viz being this high and this far forward, so. It is not a 5, it is a 7. Okay. To put that in perspective, a lot of my cars are 7 wide, and that's how big the cab is on this. Oh no, it's a 7. Shit. That's alright. I can do something with it here. Just needs to be over the heads anyways, so. What was a 5? 5, and I'll probably put, I don't know, let's see. I'm gonna split it down the middle, so it's that. that looks when I get in there. Yeah, see, like I look up and I can't look through it. So that looks good. That headlines nicely. I even actually like the center span better probably than going all the way across. Really good viz now, so I'm sitting up nice and high and forward. You can see I can see right down to there. Before I was looking at this bar, so I lose angularly whatever it is out to that track there. So that's a good 10 feet of visibility loss with especially something this big. It's 10 feet of visibility lost with having the seats back like that. All right, good. All right, let's go ahead and and then I want to check the interior of this. They have a pretty cool interior on these. And we'll put dash on there. Paint off that for the moment being. I'm really liking this vehicle. This is coming together nicely, and it's gonna be a fun vehicle to operate. That. You can do 4s in the back maybe here. Now that, yeah, I couldn't do them before because of the way it slid up. Now I should be able to do them. So. I actually think I like it a little bit squared there. Like you could put bags and your crap there and a cooler or whatever, so it's better to actually have a little bit of space back there. It turned out pretty good. All right, let's grab you there. I'm gonna probably build a custom set of fuel tanks in here. Probably a mistake to just delete the battery like that willy-nilly, but whatever. I don't give a shit. Symmetry, huh, guy? Come on. Battle cannon, please. Thanks. All right, let's get this addressed here, this window. find these. This is it here. Is it? I don't believe it is. It'd be a 5 somewhere. There's right here. -5 is going on -7. Alright, windshield's fixed. Could try to do some sort of something on the bed for ribbing, but I don't think I'm going to do it. Because I can't get the diagonal ribbing in there the way I'd want, so... Yeah, I can't get the diagonal ribbon in there, so I'm not going to do it. Alright, let's see, pull some of the interior pics. So here, we'll look at some of the pics. So like you can see, it's, of course, our angle's more. I can't get that flat of an angle, but it's got suicide doors in there, and then it's got this like kind of bump out, which is what I'm emulating. It's a little less slope than mine. Mine's a 1x2, but that's all right. And then it has lights are embedded in here. That will be a good feature there. And then we have, this is a flap, so I don't know how I can do a flap there in front of the wheel. And then we have the grill. Like, I would love to do this ribbon there, but I can't do that ribbon. Just, I could stretch it out wider, but I don't know if I want to do it. Let's play with that ribbon real quick. Let's see if I like it. Because I can't afford to go in because, you know, the size of these. So I would have to add to the outside of it, which a little overhang's not the end of the world, actually, but. So it's kind of, it has on the top here, goes like that, and then it would go like you, and then of course we got a 1x2s there, which is kind of in the ass. Actually, it stops there, so it kind of stops the ribbing there. Let's see, try a pyramid anyway. Let's see how it looks. It's not terrible. A little pokey, but it's not insane. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. I'm gonna probably, if I do this, I'm gonna change it here where mine goes. Three, of course, it's a 3. I think vertical's gonna be better than that. Actually, I kind of like the angles. Oh, stop. Delete what I ask you to, not what I actually click on. Let's measure that up, see if I can get it even. Please be an odd number, you scum. Let's see, base to base. Let's see what that is. What are you talking there? We got 18. And it takes up 3. So 15. Okay, so 7 and... So it's going to be too wide. Let's go like that. And then... Let's measure the gaps. 8 on that side, 7 on that side. Yeah, we're not going to really do it perfect anyway, so let's move it. 3 there. Kind of digging it. Up, stop. 6. 10. So it's not going to be 6. I'm trying to... Let's just do this. Let's see. Put these equidistant between each other. Let's go a 4-banger there. It's going to measure wrong. There we go. Cannot see what I'm doing here. Cannot see what I'm doing at all. All right, there we go. What do we get there? 1, 2, 3, 4. What do we get there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That looks pretty good there. The other option is this. Which I might prefer, actually. Let's try this. See, this is the problems. It's a 3-banger. If it was a 3-banger, that would be perfect. See how weird it looks if I put in 1s here. It's kind of like a weird diamond. Might actually like those long johnnies better. No, stop. Come on. Won't give me back what I had there. So. Yeah, I think that turned out nicely. That's a good bit of detail on a real flat surface that does nothing for me. So. And it doesn't stick out all that much, so it's not like it feels too much. Yeah, I like that. Add some good layering in there. See how it looks when we're in there. Yep, pretty good. I might add some lip on the top to kind of complement it. Doesn't really have a lip on the top, but I might add one. Yep, I'm digging it. Yeah, there's a little bit more depth. Excellent. Yep, I'm glad you like it. Let me catch up with chat, guys. I'll probably do a quick coffee. All right, excellent. Alrighty, let's see. Liking the lip. Let's get a little bit of darker color in here to kind of shade some of this up. Let's go down, oh, I don't know. Go down 15. Doesn't need to be extreme. Just might keep these faces shiny here. Let's see. Let's go down 5 on these. So. A little depth in there in the facade, in the facets rather. I say facades, I meant facets. I don't want to do that. I want this color here on underneath here. Do this color on the outside there. Yeah, try to get some depth in the paint here. Let's see how that, probably, come on, where am I? Let's go with the side panel color. Let's go in the interior panel color there. There we go. Let's go check that out, see how it looks. It's tough inside. Let's go outside, see how it looks. Starting to shape up. I'm liking the extra detailing there. Get this out in the sun, see what the coloration looks like. Just want, dropping some shadows in there where they belong and try to get some more highlights. But yeah, like you see, they hold shadow real well now. Not as shiny in there. Gives it a little bit of depth. Underneath, it's darker, so, like right there, it's super shaded, so it makes it even darker. Right, yeah, I gotta put that bed retainer in there. See. Again, people will just cry like, phantom physics. It's like, yeah, dude, I get it. There's things in the game that, like, you know, have different physics than in real life. You gotta fix them. You know, you gotta build to where we're at, you know. You gotta build to the system we're making here, and so... You know, I get it. Be great if it was 100% perfect and you didn't have to do any work, but that's not the way it is. You gotta just do it. Crying about, oh, come on, dude, stop that. Crying about it does nothing, you know. You gotta just go do it, you know. Oh, fucking hell. Give me this color. Jesus. Click on it 5 times. I get the color of the block. You know, it's because I'm sitting in the tire. That's, you know, again, something I did, but it's friggin' frustrating. This one's a pain in the ass to try to color that one right. There we go. Yeah, see, I don't know how that color, but it did. Just keep that black on top, and then I'll make this color down. There we go. What happened? This. Is this the same color? Okay, that's alright. I just want to make sure that color didn't get swapped out for black. Did it? No, okay. It's just for some reason it looks darker than it is. It's all 55, 55, 55, so it's good. I might edge paint this on the top. I think I will. Let's edge paint this on the top. Problem is here I have to put in XML or paint blocks, but that's not the end of the world. I can do that. Do I do a double line? I think I do a double line. I'll cut down the paint block to 1. Yeah, I think that came out. Yep, and then we'll just do that 1 paint block there. Pretty simple. All right, and then I have this go down 1, probably too many. I kind of like it though, that low. I don't know. I like it that low. The real one, this is all exposed to tire here, so it's like it's kind of, I don't know, do I need that enclosed or not? Get rid of some of this weight block. We're fine on weighting. Just got to remember to do the hardpoint connectors. I keep getting distracted when I'm trying to get that done. Why wouldn't you drag block? Drag, come on. Drag, 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 drag right there. Okay. And then cut one up, essentially. What I just had there. Let's try cutting this up and see what I think of it. Alright, and then they cut their lights in here. And then I should be able to cut them back. That friggin', I got battle cannon pieces everywhere, which is kind of obnoxious to hide. Yeah, and if we could get rid of the dot, that would be nice too. It's fine there. All right, that's good detail there. All right, that's going to be 2 paintable indicators there for directionals. Okay, it's got a lip too. This goes in, and the lip comes out. Let's do that. I think that's a good detailing element there. Pain in the ass. We get battle cannon pieces I stuffed in everywhere. And they're all measured, so whatever. And then the radiator still sticks out, so. Let's see. Gotta be careful here not to screw myself up. This is why I don't like using that paint fill, is color shit that I don't want colored. I gotta go back and fix it. Come on, can I just click this color? Give it to me, please. I don't think we're gonna have any weight problems, so I think we'll be all right. I gotta make sure that we don't get too much weight in the ass of this. That's the only thing. If it's too ass heavy, we're gonna have a problem with tipping. All right, let's cut you there, guy. Give me the color. Give me the color. Give me the color, and then color. Thank you. All right, good. Yeah, that's much better there. Gives it a better shape there with the lip. Alright, and then I'm gonna put a fake radiator in there. How's it going there, Amanda? How are you? How are you? It's got some spots in the bumper. Play the game how many times? Fuck off with your color swap. There we go. Starting to think one would be better than two. I think it will be. Okay. Let's see, what else we gotta do here? Nah, it's gonna block the door if I put it sideways. It's gonna go in like this. Try to get some more picks here. Trying to see this side right there. You can see there's a bunch of that business there, air cleaners and stuff. Another picture there, you see it all sitting in there, all that crapola. Picture there, you can see. It's got mud flaps there. I can do an XML mud flap, it's not too bad. Maybe some ribbing would be good there. This one has more ribbing all the way down. That's the front step there. That's the side passenger door there. Some of the air cleaners and whatnot. There's the chassis by itself. Yeah, they're quite different. Like, you see the bumpers are different on the different ones. Like, there's the, bumpers different on that one. That's the interior there. Seats are a little bit closer together, but it doesn't have that center console. May not need that center console. I really don't want to shrink it, but yeah, I can't really too with the odd number. Some of the ribbing under there will be helpful. There's some ribbing under there. That's going to be a pain in the ass to do that ribbing, though. I don't think I want to even bother with that. I could use forward and back, but side ribbing doesn't really work. Like, this one has a different grill on it. Yeah, there's all different generations, too, There's a water truck. The water trucks are enormous. It's the same chassis. They just put the water wagon on the back of it. Look at that one. All right. So I'm going to do, put this here. Let's go up one. There we go. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go like this, and then I'll XML that. I tend not to XML all this shit too much, but I might do that. That'll fit better. All right, that's air in, that's air out. Yeah, somebody commented on my video that was about how to set up an airplane so the airplane works correctly, saying that it overheats. And it's like, one, it's not a tutorial on keeping it cool, and two, it's like, yeah, a lot has changed. You gotta adapt with times there, guy. And what was good a year and a half ago is different now. So you gotta find a video that's current, and you gotta find one that is on the specific thing you're looking for. You can't like just go to a random video and expect everything to work now. It's not how it works. So trying to update what I can for tutorials as I go, but yep, this one got rigged up. We'd have engine problems there. This is gonna run. Oh Christ! Don't do two, please. Yeah, I gotta redo some tutorials at some point. I think I'm gonna do another car tutorial to kind of replace my old one. Yeah, I'll take the new. Mod engine tutorial and do that probably. Take that and turn it into a car. Yeah, because you can imagine it's frustrating, especially for new players. They get in and then they watch, a tutorial, and then 10 things that, it shows on screen, it doesn't, worked, and then it doesn't work, and they're like, they probably assume it's something they're doing, and it's things in the game have changed and you're watching a 3-year-old tutorial, you know? So kind of have to keep that in mind as well. What is that? Let's see. So this here is in. Okay. So in is forward. And out is backwards. Okay. I like Dalastier's comment retort video. It was good. I've thought of doing that myself before, and it's just like, I'm like, oh, you're just gonna aggravate yourself. You don't do it. You're just gonna freaking aggravate yourself. Oh, probably will. Let's see. Grab an imp. Imp. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. Alright, let's see which one was this. This was... I already friggin' forgot, so let's see. That is fluid in, okay. This needs to be out. Yeah, it's backwards. Alright. Just do an exhaust deletion for now, just to get rid of it. Make sure everything's running. Where's the axle run there? Okay. These are tough to see when you're not right down that level. There we go. But yeah, the best way, as far as I'm concerned right now, for running cooling loops is an impeller. It uses a very little amount of energy. It's not putting a lot of resistance on your engine. It's getting really, really good flow rates. Again, I still see people bitching about the pressure update. It's like, move on. It's been, what, October? You know, talking 6 months. Just adapt, man. It's the whole thing of engineering. It's the whole thing of the game is you got to adapt. And once you've adapted to it, it's not hard. It's like these, like we used to be limited to 75 liters up, 75 liters down. And so it was hard to cool things, and it is much, 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 much easier to cool things now. You know, and you know, a lot of those people are complaining that, you know, and it's, you know, it's I would say it's in a lot of regards hell of a lot easier now to do some of these things that were more challenging before. Yep, building a how's it going there, Laxon? Building a off-road mining vehicle. So. Yeah, like Laxon talking to get 187. It's all based. I gotta put in the cooling loop there. I got distracted myself here. You know, it depends on what your setup is, but yeah, you know, you can get really, really high rates, and so it's, you know, the cooling is much better now as far as I'm concerned. You know, it's, you know, every once in a while, like, I'll get a boat that takes a little bit of tinkering. Again, people just want to, like, yay, slap on cooler, yay, slap on more cooler, yay, done. And I get that. I get that the game's complicated, people have limited time. I get that. But the point of it is, you know, it's not a good thing to get this game too surface level. You want to be able to get deep, in depth in these things. You want to be able to build these things. And again, you know, it's not hard. Get the liters per second as high as possible. Get the RPS as low as possible. And you'll cool anything, you know. You know, somebody was like, oh, I'm trying to cool it. I'm like, what's your RPS? 75. I'm like, oh my god, dude, 75 RPS is insane. Like, insane. Like, you need to be sent to an asylum and wear a white coat. It's like, that's the level of insanity. And it's, at that, you're never going to be able to cool that. And you shouldn't need to. You know, like, somebody had a problem with their plane recently. And so they're like, well, it's the only way I can get any speed. I want to do at least 160 knots. And it's like, dude, I do all of my gearboxes at a 9 to 1 in my planes, in my props. There are a couple that they don't have enough motor, so they can't do that. I gotta fix this bed at some point. I can't get this turned because the bed's misaligned here. Here, let's just put it in neutral. It's off the axle, isn't it? Yeah, it's off the axle, so neutral's not gonna work. Trying to just do a friggin' test here, there, game. Let's fix the bed. Fuck it. Let's just do it now. You know, and so it's pretty damn easy to cool a lot of stuff now. You know, it's really not all that challenging. I get it. It's for people who just don't know, but you gotta learn. You know, it's just you guts to learn. You know, keep fighting trying to learn these new mechanics. You're just gonna be on Reddit bitching all day instead of actually playing the game. You know, and it's not hard to just go and, like, spend a little bit of time. I mean it. It's like, it's a little bit of time to learn the new mechanics, and then you're good. You're golden. You know the info, and you're good to move on. You know, but you got a lot of these people who just, they want to fight that at all chances, you know. There are some things I agree with to certain extents, but again, it's a, you know, at the end of the day, some of the stuff turns into balancing. And you got to realize that sometimes you're balancing, you know, balancing is going to be in your favor, and sometimes it isn't. That's the whole thing with balancing. You know, and so, for example, like, you know, some more people were complaining. Oh, Jesus Christ, this was supposed to be dual-sided. I'll fix it in a second. You know, some people were complaining that, you know, again, that the you can't blow up steam boilers. I get it. I think it was a good feature. But again, you also had a lot of people complaining that Steam's too hard, Steam doesn't work, the game's broken, fix Steam. And part of that was they couldn't, you know, they didn't understand, or they wouldn't take 5 minutes to research that you need blow-off valves, both in-game and in real life. You know, Steam will blow things up IRL, you put in a blow-off valve, it's done. And, you know, and so the devs have to look at this and they have to say, well, we got a bunch of people struggling with Steam. This is one of their complaints. We got 200 bug fix requests, you know, to make Steam easier. And so they do it, you know. And so they made those people happy at the expense of other people, you know, and it's tough. It really is a tough thing when you have to do something like that. You know, you know, you're gonna balance out somebody else's fun every time you balance to fix somebody else's, you know, and so it's a thankless job to do that, you know, because, you know, you very rarely get the pat on the head when you do that thing for the person, but you always get the stick when you don't. And so, you know, none of the people, I would say, who were, you know, I wouldn't say that, but that's hyperbole, but, you know, few of the people who are struggling with the boilers blowing up probably went back and were like, oh, thanks, Dev, thanks for getting rid of that. You know, and so it makes it a thankless job where it's like they're not going to get thanked for fixing something. They're just going to get bitched at for not. And, you know, at the end of the day, that's exhausting for anyone. You kind of have to think about it from a personal level of, you know, hey, every once in a while, when they do something good, make sure you give them their pat on the back because they always get their slap. And, you know, and just put yourself in those shoes. Like, if you're always at work and, you know, every time you did something wrong, you heard about it, and every time you did something right, they just ignored you, it would get old really, really fast. You know, and just think of it that way. All right, hopefully this fixes it. It's the bed's very heavy, so what it's trying to do is, it's you know, the heaviest part of the vehicle, even though it might not be the lowest, or the the number one subgrid, the heaviest part of the vehicle is going to have the most momentum and try to stay going the same direction. The lighter part of the vehicle is going to try to turn around it. So I have the dumper very, very heavy with a lot of weight blocks, especially even more now that I took some weight out of the chassis. And so what's going to happen is the dumper wants to stay in place, the chassis wants to move, it torques, the heaviest part wants to stay going left, the lighter part wants to go right, and the game, it glitches, it glitches isn't even right the word. The physics is working, it's just emulating a different thing, essentially. It's momentum in that direction. And that's why those types of phantom forces happen in every physics-based game. You get phantom forces. Now, in a lot of games where, for example, the developers build the vehicles you drive, what they do is they fake it. So they make the center of gravity incredibly low and heavy, and and holy Jesus, look at the terrible fluid flow rates. Well, we're at a low RPS here, so. This is, like, I'm going to put a radiator in there too, but I want this to be part of my cooling setup. Let's get the revs up there. So you, a lot of games cheat. It's like, let's see where we're at now. Ooh, that is miserable, dude. The fluid rates. Look at the fluid rates, dude. That's bad. Why is that so bad? I don't know why that's so bad. That's not going to be our main coolant anyway. I am going to put a radiator in here, but I wanted to also do this. So this is where our air is coming through for our air intake. This is actually what's feeding it. So this would be like a big air cleaner. You figure you're driving around a really dirty, dusty mine. You need to go through a bunch of air filters to keep the air clean going in the motor. See, I can't read the RPS off of that. It should be the RPS of the front axle, which I can calculate it. I don't have the RPS set up anymore. I can calculate it. Yeah, I've been talking about that for the last 3 hours there, Laxon. Last about hour I've been talking about to do that. I just keep forgetting to do it, so I finally did it. I just noticed your comment there, yeah. Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. So that's why I put the hard points in there. I just saw Laxon's comment, but I was talking to the guys earlier that needed to be done. Like I was saying, the issue is the top of the bed is heavy. It wants to keep going in one direction. The chassis doesn't. And, IRL, you have the mass pushing down on the tires. And so, yes, the bed will still want to keep going, but it's not enough to overcome the friction of it pushing down on the tires. In-game, it is. And so even with the tires gripped up, that happens. And so, like, in a lot of games, say, for example, airplane games, it doesn't matter what the airplane is. They're going to put the center of gravity right at the center of the lift, and it always works. Now, we're the engineer. So if you don't put the center of gravity where at the center of lift, you're going to have all sorts of problems. And, in other games, you can blame, the game for it because they built the machine. But here, you built the machine, so you kind of got to deal with that yourself. All right, let's test the dumper with the locks. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong key. Okay. Yep, so that unlocks when I push the right arrow button. And as soon as I let go of that, it will relock itself when it comes back down. So I also have cams on the bottom of the... You can do some cool things. I would love to see a hydraulics update. I'll make a video. I need to put up more videos. I'm having, my subscriber count slowed down, which is not a huge deal, but that slowed down, and and also, some of the money slowed down because the live streams don't bring in as much as the other videos for just consistency. So I'd like to do some more videos anyway, just for funsies. But I want to do a video showing the devs how, if you can demonstrate the devs, they talked about how much they liked 454's video, and they talked about mine and a couple other videos with the fishing. If you can demonstrate to them that this is a cool thing, and you can get community engagement where the community says, hey, I like that thing, that is good, and the devs can see, oh, this video got a bunch of views, the community seems like they want it, It's reasonable to add. It will not break every creation in the game. It will not make it so that the game is impossible to play for, say, 50% of the people. I think the devs are happy to do, or at least try to do some of those things. It's when, something is way too crazy that, it's going to break everything. Like, when people keep saying, like, it'd be nice if they redid the physics for, aerodynamics. One, most of those people have no clue what they're talking about with aerodynamics. I've taken many semesters of aerodynamics courses, as part of my degree, and it's like, I can make an airplane that flies great. It flies realistic. It has a stall buffet. It has the proper approach angle. It has the proper glide path. It has the proper approach speed. It behaves properly in the wind. It can make everything that's pretty damn realistic within, I would say, up to 80% of the real airplane. So it's not really, again, it's not the game's issue. It is, you have the tools, you just need to understand how to use them to get the correct results, This is looking damn good, I think. I like the new paint. I'm going to switch out the paint on the other ones for that. This paint's looking good. Looking nasty good. All right, let me catch up with some chat here. I said hi to Amanda. Okay, I think right when Laxon came in, I had stopped reading chat right before that. Yeah, it depends. Like, if I'm running reg pumps, I gotta look to see why that's not turning very fast. I pulled off the. I gotta check it why this isn't flowing right. I might have just a bad flow issue. Let me look. I just walked out the windshield. Yeah, like we're at 0.1 liters per second. That's abysmal. But look at our temp, too. We've been going across the desert. We've been going at full throttle, and we've gained 9 degrees. So I don't think this is going to have a big cooling need anyway, and it's also getting a radiator under here. This is mostly going to be for show. These are the most efficient, these 9x5s. I've shown how they're better than the 5x5 electrics. Not by a ton, but by enough. Not by a ton, by a couple degrees. So, like for this application here, if you look, this is a big vehicle. That is a big part. It fits there. If you look at the real vehicle, it has that sort of thing. It doesn't, it's harsh on my visibility a little bit. I'm going to put it in the back a little bit more so I get my viz back. But for the most part, it's correct to what would be in the real thing for an air cleaner, not for necessarily the cooling. It's got a big radiator for cooling, so it's going to get one too. But and so if I can get the flow rate up, this actually cools better than the 5x5, and the benefit is the 5x5 is like $700. Now, most people don't care about the money in the game, and that's the problem. Is the balancing element the devs chose was the money, and a lot of people don't care about the money because they always play creative and they don't play, a career game. And the other thing too is the way that the game works for money. You don't buy the vehicle, so I don't buy the mining truck. I have to spend whatever it is, $300,000, and then leave it in the world. I put $300,000 in a bucket. And then when I bring it back, I get my $300,000 back. So it's like, it's collateral, essentially. So you just run it as a collateral system, essentially. So because of that, a lot of people don't care about the money. Now, if you had to buy the mining vehicle and you had to spend 300 grand on the mining vehicle, and it's spent now, and now it's in your garage, and when you bring it back to the workbench, you don't get your money back unless you sell the vehicle. And if you sell the vehicle, let's say you sell it for, if you buy it for 300, it's now worth 270. And so you don't want to return your vehicle back to, and I don't even think this is necessarily a good idea. I'm just saying this is like another way they could do it. So like if, let's say it costs you $30,000, if you spawn the vehicle, mined, and put it right and sold it, right? So you're probably not going to, it's not going to be profitable to do that. You're going to lose more money than you're going to make doing that. But if you took the vehicle and you despawned it, and instead of selling it, you put it in the workbench, which your garage, you own the vehicles, like a lot of games do, then I think people would be more more concerned about cost, because if you wanted the bucket miner, if you wanted one of these, if you wanted a second one of these, if you wanted the train, well, now you've got 5 million in stuff in your garage, and you can't sell them right away because you're going to lose a huge amount of money. You need to make some profit with them first. I think people would care about how much does a radiator cost, how much does a how much does X, Y, or Z cost. I'm not going to put 28 HUDs in there as decoration so that I have a little car that's cost me $200,000, because you essentially lose that money. And so I think that would be, that's why people don't give a shit about the money costs here, is because that, you get it right back every time you put it back in the workbench, I think it would be kind of a cool thing to have there, but, I understand that they'll never do it, and I don't even know if I would necessarily, quote-unquote, want it. But I think for a career game, I think that would add a cool element where your vehicles actually have value. They're not valuable when you throw them right back in the workbench. And if you need to make an edit to something, you would sell it. Or you could, I don't know, bring it in the workbench and make your changes, and you pay for the changes. So if you sold some parts off of it, you would get that money back, and then as you put new parts on, you'd pay for those, and then people would give a shit about how much a radiator costs, because in the grand scheme of things, like, you pay $700 for the radiator, but you put it right back in the workbench after an hour of playing with it, it really didn't cost you anything. And so I think that's part of the reason why people just don't care about the cost of things in game, is because of that, This is looking damn good, son. I'm happy with this. All right, let me catch up on Lex and stuff. I'm sorry, Lex, I don't mean to be ignoring you here. Yeah, I think the cooling is so much better. I prefer doing the impellers just for my own entertainment. Well, there's a bunch of reasons. Generally, the impellers do not use up a lot. They don't cause a ton of resistance. So, like, that impeller is doing barely anything. I have a large impeller that's pumping my air, and I am running at very low RPS, which means it's not overloading my engine, and it's moving 599 liters per second of air, or it was like 2 something, into my engine. Or it's moving it through the air cooler. And, so that is pretty easy. It doesn't make a lot of noise. It doesn't require any electricity. So that's why I tend to like to do it. I don't want to listen to the pump noise all the time. A lot of people just throw pumps on everything, and then they complain about the pump noise. Well, go use an impeller. I get it. I would love it if the devs would give us a slider so that we could change the sound on all the blocks, so that when you put a pump in, you could set the volume to 0 if you want a sleeper build that is quiet. If you want, like, to walk in your engine room of your ship and have it be loud, yeah, you crank the volume of the pumps up. Thanks, Lex. And yeah, I think the detailing's coming out good. Yeah. Yeah, I see your comment now, again, about the hard point. Yeah, but that was I got distracted so many times. I was going to put in the hard points, and then I did this decorating, then I did paint, and then I did this and that, this and that. And I meant to put in the hard points for quite a while. How many hours do I have right now? Let's look. I have 6,400. So I want to make a video on hydraulics and pneumatics for the devs. And, you get a bunch of people like, wah, wah, this. If you don't want to use them, don't use them. Like, you don't have to use them, And so, like, the things you can do with the hydraulics are really cool. For example, hydrostatic drives. You take, and, the way I would explain it to the devs is, like, if the devs like, shit, we got to make a new part, that adds to the parts list. Then we have to make sure that people can figure the part out. So these are concerns that, like, we don't have, but the devs do, of, like, shit, are people going to be able to figure the parts out? Is it going to be intuitive enough for people to figure it out? Are people going to complain that it's too realistic or not realistic enough? So we got to find a balancing point there. So, like, to have somebody to kind of explain to them, like, if you did this, 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 and this, it would work well. These are the applications. Like, Delta is one thing I think that was good with Q&A is he talks about. He doesn't want to add parts that don't add any new interest and complexity. He doesn't want a build to be like he doesn't want to just make it so you change it from gas to diesel and there's no mechanical difference.
He wants the mechanics to be different. He wants the mechanics to be interesting. That's what he said, and I think that's great. That's what I want in the game. And so it's like, how would this make this cooler? Well, for example, I believe they do have some of these as diesel electrics. They do have some of these as hydrostatic. I know they have some hydrostatic bulldozers. They have hydrostatic lawnmowers and all these things. A lot of stuff runs off hydrostatic drive. The DH4 locomotive is essentially hydrostatic, and so what you do is you turn an impeller and you move liquid, in this case oil. And so you would turn the impeller with RPS, and then you would move the liquid, and you would pump through pipes or through hoses. You'd pump diesel, you would pump, say, oil, and you would pump it out to the cylinder. And well, let's talk hydrostatic first. So what you would do is you would pump high-pressure oil in one direction, and then you would have a hydrostatic drive. And what you would do is you would essentially do the same part, and this is where I think I could sell the devs on this idea as not being too complicated, is you would take the same part, the impeller, right, but you would make a new impeller in addition to the current one we have. The current one we have leaks. I think it should still leak. There's a reason why they made it leak. They made it leak because we used to have valves that when you started your engine, you needed to open a valve to let the air bypass so you could start your engine. And there are many cases where you had to bypass the impeller to be able to get air in the system. And so they made it so that they leak. So if you take an impeller and you put, high pressure water on one side and you put low pressure tank on the other, you'll notice the water will flow right through the impeller. So what I think they should do is add a new impeller, call it hydraulic pump or whatever. Hydraulic pump will work fine. A fluid pump. They could call it something different. I don't know. The hydro pneumatic pump. Okay. And it would essentially be the exact same impeller, but what would be different is we'd be able to spin it either way with either using the fluid, which could be air, pneumatic, or liquid hydraulic, and that we could push that through at pressure, which would turn the RPS connection. Or we could turn the RPS connection and we could push the fluid. And so it would have one-way flow. So if it's turning positive number, the liquid moves in one direction, or the RPS moves in one direction. If it's moving in the negative direction, the RPS would move the other direction and the fluid would move the other direction. And the benefit of this system is what you can do is a hydrostatic drive. Well, if you turn that around, so let's say in the cab, right? In the cab of the vehicle, we have an engine and we have a hydrostatic pump. All right, and again, they should just do the small impeller and the big impeller. Small impeller, small power. Big impeller, big power, right? The small impeller, make it simple. Small impeller is at 11.45 atmospheres, just like the small pump. Make the large impeller go up to 60 at where it currently caps, all right? And so you have 60 atmospheres in the big one. The bigger one would give you higher pressure, more power. Okay. So what you would do is you'd take this engine, you would hook it up to the new hydropneumatic pump, and you would take the RPS connection from the engine, and you would turn the pump, and it would send, it has fluid in, fluid out. So you would send the fluid out from a reservoir tank at high pressure at 60 atmospheres. You would send it from the front of the cab, it would be right here, and go back to the axle. And so you'd do pipes. You would have a hydraulic out pipe. It would go to one side of it. And instead of our current impellers have fluid in, fluid out, you would have fluid A, fluid B, because you're going to be able to go omnidirectional. So you would have it go from there out to the same one. So you could do the small one, or you could do the big one. Likely the small one probably be fine. So let's say you put a big impeller back there, and you put the impeller, the new hydro pneumatic pump, and you hook the RPS connection up to the axle. All right. So the hydraulic fluid would come out of this one, and it would go over here, and it would actually turn the RPS connection, which would spin the tires. You want to go backwards? All right. You flip the gearbox. The impeller now moves the other direction, and it sucks the fluid this way, and it pushes the fluid this way, turning the wheels the other direction. And then you can also pipe up the front. All right, now, One way they could do this to simplify it, it actually wouldn't need to be simplified. You could do it where you have the impeller going from a tank. So you'd have the tank full of, say, oil, hydraulic fluid, or even you could use like diesel. Any fluid would be fine. You could use water. Like, they don't even need to add it. Like, just use diesel, jet fuel, or water. Like, that's what I do in my air brake systems. I use some of my pumping system. I just use diesel for my hydraulic fluid, and it works. So what you could do is you could send it out on one pipe, and then pull that back, and and so it would be better to loop it. I'm trying to think of the best way to do it so you don't have too many pipes, but you'd want to loop it. So send 2 pipes. So send one out, send one back, and you can reverse the flow. And systems like this are used IRL for a number of reasons. For example, think tank tracks, right? You want to send the left tank tracks forward. You want to send the back ones rearward. All you have is you have one engine and you have one pump. And that pump sends off high-pressure oil, or it sends the oil back to the sump. And so if you send it to the one side of the hydrostatic drive, it moves it forward. You send it to the other side of the drive, it moves it backwards. And so you'd be able to regulate the direction of those and the speed of the pressure of the hydraulic fluid, and you can make the wheels turn either forward or back, and based on the pressure you can make them go faster or slower or more powerful or less powerful based on gearing as well. That would be a huge system. Pneumatics does the same thing, right? You can have pneumatic drives. So, so I think I'll, at some point I'll do a video on that. Yep, 6,500. Yeah, I've done a bunch of hydraulic and pneumatic testing. I think, and these parts, I think, are easy enough for the devs to do. Everybody throws around easy, but you gotta kind of think of, what is actually easy. And so, thinking about it, to take the current parts we have, and that's a big thing. Take the current parts we have, duplicate them, and then tweak them. And they had it before where the parts wouldn't leak, where the impellers wouldn't leak. So it should be easy for them to go back because they'd already done it at one point. It's probably a line of code. So you duplicate the small impeller, you duplicate the large impeller, you change the names this time to hydropneumatic pump large, hydropneumatic pump small. And then so now we have our turbos. People have been asking for turbos people have been asking for turbos forever. So how do you make a turbo? Super simple. Let's actually pull this back. We're doing well here. Let's get this back. And I want to talk about this for a little bit. This is one of my hobby horses is hydraulics and pneumatics. Got a lot of hydraulic and pneumatic experience. So it's kind of fun to talk about. Oh, shit. All right, let's quickly bring you in. Let's save you. I'm really thrilled with this build. I've been having a lot of fun building lately. I get into little events and times when I can't think of what to build. Alistair asked me to do it, and it was a good idea to put on. If you guys look at the Discord, we have IRL vehicles, land, sea, and aircraft. If you find some cool vehicles, put them in there. Share some cool vehicles. It helps me. It helps other people with inspiration. They see a cool vehicle, and they want to build it in game. So if you see some cool vehicles, go ahead and throw them in there. I've got land, sea, and aircraft. Just throw them in there, and it can be real. It doesn't have to be just stuff you're working on. A bunch of people have been showing their cars and the work they're doing. You can just share a cool vehicle you like too. So it's up to whatever you want. It's just based on IRL vehicles. It's not supposed to be cartoon stuff. It's supposed to be vehicles you've seen IRL or that exist. So that's so go ahead and throw it in there. It's always good for inspiration. Yeah, essentially, they pretty much made the impellers kind of like single-stage axial centrifugal impellers like a turbo. So, here's what you would do for a turbo. So, turbo is super simple. I'm going to make a test bed here. So, maybe this will be my next video for the devs. They've got plenty going on. They already said they're going to be doing multiple fishing majors. So, but it's always good to have new ideas. It's always good for them to kind of see what the community is interested. So here's how a turbo works. Here's how you'd make it IRL. All right, so this is pretty much how a real turbo works anyway. So what you do is you take... all right, that's good there. That's RPS. Let's dupe this. All right, so this is how a turbo works IRL. All right, so you put the two RPS connections together. All right, so on the right is going to be your come off of your exhaust. So you take a modular engine. Let's just do it to build it up, and we can see the parts here. Oh my God, can I find the? There it is. Jesus, why couldn't I find that? All right, so in my line, I am okay. So here we went too close. All right, so here's a module engine. All right, so you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna take your exhaust, and it's like you'll get comments if they ever do this, and you'll be like, nobody wanted this. Yes, people have been asking for friggin' turbos forever. All right, now the other thing too is for these new parts, we shouldn't have fluid in, fluid out. We should have fluid A, fluid B. That makes them reversible and good for hydraulic stuff. Like this would work for a turbo, but it's better to have them A, B. Let us choose the side. So the exhaust is going to create pressure. So as the piston comes up on the exhaust stroke, right? Piston comes up, it compresses the exhaust and it pushes it through the valve and out. All right, so this is at high pressure. That comes up. That has some energy left in it, right? So what you get is you get a single stage axial centrifugal impeller. So let's find that. So this is how an APU works in an airplane too. It's a single stage axial centrifugal compressor essentially. So here's a turbo. So on the exhaust side, I'm trying to find. Let me see if I can find one with blades. Okay, here it is, right here. Here's the turbine wheel. Oh, don't. Okay, that's fine. It's all right. Here's the cutaway. I just want to see this. Dude, now you're going to have a tiny cutaway that I can't even open. Oh, fuck off with your ad. There we go. All right, so here we go. So here's your, this is, we'll go through the terminology. Single stage means there's just one of them. You do have multi-stage turbos. Let me find, what is it? RJ145 turbine. I forget the model number. What's the engine number on it? I gotta find the engine real quick. I have flown this particular airplane. So. Oh, that's neat. They wanted them under the wings there. That was neat. I didn't know that. Where's the turbine? AE3. Okay. I know it was 007. There's always click on that. Do you have a cutaway? All right, here's a good cutaway of it. So this is a cutaway of the engines I used to have on the Embraer 145. So like this is multi-stage. All right, so this is the N1 blade. All right, that just moves large quantities of air around the case or through the case. And then this is your compressor section right here. It's, let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And these should be your stator blades in between. So I think it's 13 stages. I can't remember off the top of my head. And then you count the turbine blades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stages of turbine blades. So this will be a 13 stage and a 5 stage turbine. And so generally, you would go off of, I'm pretty sure these are the N1. So these would be shaft connected. So these here, probably these three, I'm thinking. These three look connected. I think these three have a shaft that connects them all the way through, and they turn this intake, this N1 blade here. Then these, the hot gases. So this is where the burner cans are. This is where the combustion goes on. It comes up, combusts. The hot gases go through here. It spins these, and then these are on the outer shaft, and that actually turns your N2 stage. So that turns this one here, and so that's multi-stage. So when you're talking a turbo, you have pretty much a single stage. So that's one stage, one set of blades. And so the hot gases come in, and they try to exit, right? So you want this should be the inlet here, and that should be the outlet, I would say. You could tell usually by diameter. So you have the small diameter here, that increases pressure. So as the exhaust comes in, it's got to go through a small restriction, which is then going to push the blades at high pressure, and then you go to a divergent nozzle, which goes to low pressure, and it goes out the exhaust pipe. So exhaust comes in, turns the turbine, exhaust goes out, see you later, adios, muchachos. Then there's a shaft. The shaft goes across here, and you can see how this one's all brown and worn out. That's because, you know, it's got exhaust blowing on all day. This is clean. The shaft over here turns another, this one is not a turbine, but this is an impeller. And that spins this up. It intakes air, likely from the intake here. Yep. Let me see. I'm trying to see the inlet outlet. That looks like that's the outlet. So this is the inlet. That's the outlet. So inlet is coming in here. Air comes in, right? It is spun by the blades, pushed around centrifugally, and it goes out to the engine, giving you pressure. So that's how a turbo works, IRL. And so, like, we could do this really simply in game where the exhaust pressure, right? Let's say it's at 60 atmospheres, right? And you put it through here, and so it's going to lose pressure because it's trading that pressure for mechanical work, essentially. So the pressure would drop, and it would spin up the turbine, and then you'd have a low pressure air coming out here. And what that would do is, because their two RPS connections are connected, it would spin this, all right? And because this is spinning, it's going to push fluid out there, and it's going to intake fluid here. So you would take this filter. This would be where your clean air comes in. Now you have high pressure air go out there. And so you feed that right into an air manifold. So pretty simple. That's a cool thing you can do with pneumatic systems for a hydro pneumatic update is you can do turbos, right? Right now what we have is we have superchargers. So let me get a super diagram real quick. Let's do supercharger. There's a bunch of different types. There's like worm gear type. This is a gear type. So you have let's open up, see if we can get a big picture of this. So right here you have a shaft, and then you have a belt crank, rather. And so the belt off the belt drive of the engine goes up and over. This will sit on top of the engine. The belt comes over from the crankshaft, going through all the serpentine belt. And the belt comes over this, and it spins this. All right, as this spins, right, this will spin, and then this one is just on a bearing. And the air comes in here, and it comes in the top. That's why usually the blower's on the top of the hood. The inlet vent for the blowers on the top of the hood comes in. It's compressed because it has to squeeze in between here, and then it discharges at high pressure into the engine, and it heats up through this process. That's why it's right. That's one type of supercharger. Here's supercharger. Like, this is a basic diagram, but it's pretty good here. Talking here, you have your supercharger, you have your compressor, fresh air inlet goes in there. You have a belt drive coming off the engine. The compressed air then goes into the engine, and that air is let out. Generally is exhaust. Then you have your turbocharger. You have your fresh air comes in. It's shaft driven to the turbine. You notice here you have the engine spits out exhaust, comes up here, spins up the turbine, goes out, catalytic converter, muffler, adios muchachos. And then if you have too high a pressure, you get a bypass. These are actually pretty cool how these work. Like, all you have there is any pressure relief valve is pretty cool and pretty simple. Like, let's do it. You know, some of these things I'm oversimplifying, but so like here is your pipe, right? And so let's talk about hydraulics, right? So if you're doing hydraulics, let's actually do a full hydraulic thing here. Let's go 10. All right, good. So like a hydraulic cylinder, all right, there's your cylinder, right? And then on the inside of your cylinder, you have a piston. And let's see. So let's go like this. Okay. And then we'll go like this. I'm trying to center it, but they are centered, but I might not get it centered. It's not filled in, so I'm trying to get it fixed there. All right, let's go. All right, so there's your piston. And so what happens is you put either fluid on, we're just going to use yellow for hydraulic, actually red. It would be this color. Or not all hydraulic fluid, but a lot of hydraulic fluid is that color. I can't do it like this. Got to color it on this layer. So you'd either put it in on this side, and if you put it on this side, right, it's at high pressure, so it's pushing this piston out this way, or you have it come in on this side like this, and it fills all around this piston here, and it pushes on this plate, and that pushes it back in. So that's how it works. Now, if we talk about the actual plumbing of the hydraulic system, so pretty much you have a sump, which is just a tank, and then you have some sort of pump, right? So you have a pump, let's say it's a geared pump like that. All right, so there's is your pump. So the hydraulic oil will come in here. It will fill in between the gear teeth. It's moving one direction, let's say that direction. And then it spits it out here at high pressure, and you go and you have the hose goes there, all right? And then you put a valve here. So you put a valve that you can control, either manual or electric, like a solenoid control one, and you go like that. So what's going to happen is the pump is pushing pressure in here, all right? And if you open this valve here, right, we'll say we have a valve there, it lets the oil in on this side. Now, if this valve is open, right, what it's going to do is now it's going to push the oil in here, pushing the cylinder back. Well, now this hydraulic fluid needs to go somewhere, so it goes in this hose, all right? So it comes down this hose like this. That's actually, we'll red color that again. So the hydraulic oil is going to come down the hose like this, and now it's going to hit this, which is closed, right? So where is it going to go? It's going to go back to the sump. So you have a line running back to the sump. So you have part of your valving system is you have a return line, all right? And so if this valve is open, this one's closed to go in between, and then this one is open there to let it come back. And this is the sump. Oh, Jesus Christ, can I get the right color here to save my life? The sump is at low pressure, so the high pressure in this side is overcoming the pressure in there, pushing this back, and it goes back into the sump tank. So you got the sump tank here full of hydraulic oil. All right, and then what's going to happen is, let's say you want to, push it back. Well, what do? You close it, and or you close this one, and this one now is open, and so the oil can come like this, and now it actually comes in here, and it pushes on this side. All right, so now you have to worry about if you exceed your pressure, what's going to happen. So if you exceed your pressure, you have a really cool and simple little piece of technology here. Somewhere on the line, so here's your hydraulic line, right? You put a little bypass on that right there, and this is going to go back to the sump. So this is going to go back in the tank, all right? And really simply, you just take let's do silver. It's the same kind of like piston dealio. Let's do a 2, I'd say, on that. Not 102, you scum. Give me 2. There we go. All right, and so you have a little piston here, all right? And the piston has an arm, and it has a flat plate. And this flat plate will cover this hole. So if we delete this area here, right? There is, there's a gap. And so right here, that will go back to the sump, all right? So if we quickly draw that out, all right? So from here, it goes back to the sump, all right? And so what happens is, if the pressure exceeds, say you're set for 3,000 PSI, right? You don't want to blow a hydraulic line, and you don't want to bend the cylinder. You'll bend these hydraulic cylinders. And so what happens is, in normal operation, let's say that this is set for 3,000 PSI, all right? So if this is at 3,000 PSI, you have a spring in here, right? It doesn't go all the way in, but it covers it. So it covers it right there, all right? And in here, you have a spring, right? And the spring is coiled up, right? You have a spring coiled up in here, and that looks like some pubes, but you have a spring, and the spring is pushing this plunger closed, and that is set up for 3,000 psi. The spring doesn't need to be as strong as 3,000. Let's say it's 3,000 pounds per square inch. So if you did it as 100th of a square inch, right? So it'd be 3,000, right, divided by 100, right? So you only need no. What did I just say? 30, yeah. I knew I did that. I know I did the math right in my head. So you only need a 30-pound spring here. So you put a 30-pound spring in here because you have 100th of a square inch is this gap. And so a 30-pound spring is enough to push that shut. Now, as soon as this exceeds 30, right, so you get a bunch of buildup of hydraulic fluid. So the hydraulic fluid is filling all this up here. Right, hydraulic fluid is filling all this up. And it's starting to exceed 3,000 psi, right? So as soon as it exceeds 3,000 psi, it's going to overcome the spring pressure. So it's going to push on this piston. And as soon as it overcomes 3,000 psi, a little bit of hydraulic fluids goes out. Well, as soon as the hydraulic fluid goes out, right, that's an increase in volume. Increase in volume causes or increase in volume causes a decrease in pressure. So we're taking some of this hydraulic fluid and we're giving it an escape path. The pressure will now drop back below 3,000 psi. What's going to happen? This is going to snap shut. And so that snap shuts again. So this is called bypass. So for example, if you take a front end loader and you're trying to pick up something too heavy and you keep trying to lift the bucket, what's going to happen is eventually it's going to reach the spring tension on this. You're going to exceed the maximum pressure. And as a safety precaution, it lets some of the hydraulic fluid leak away to drop the pressure. So you can stand there and you can hold the handle back to try to lift that rock all day long. And what it's going to do is you'll hear hydraulic fluid going zzz, and what it's doing is the hydraulic fluid is bypassing. It keeps going back to the sump. So it just keeps pouring hydraulic fluid back in here. The pressure goes down, right? So the, right, you got a delta P. In this case, it is going to be, right, delta P, change in pressure, right? So the delta P in this case is you're going to get, it's going to be a decrease. So we'll just do negative. So you're going to get a decrease in pressure. And so the pressure goes down, it bypasses, and as soon as it gets below the spring tension, it snaps shut again, right? So you'll hear sometimes if you ever run a machine and you keep pulling on something on the handle, it'll go zzz, 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 you're hitting the bypass. And so it's letting it sneak through because you're exceeding the pressure. And so it's too heavy, you can't pick it up. So kind of cool. All right, let me catch up. So this is like, this is a topic I really like, and so it's I think they could add so many cool things in game. Let's do this real quick. I'll catch up with chat in a second. Sorry, guys. But to talk about what I was talking with the, with a hydrostatic drive. So essentially, let's just go. We use this as our example engine. So here's your example engine, right? And so you go ahead and you have your drive shaft coming off of this. And then what you do is you take another impeller, and you put the impeller on here. And you put the RPS, and this is your new hydro pneumatic pump. And so let's say we want to have no drive shaft in this. There's a bunch of applications for this, all right? So we'll go ahead and let's go, let's see, all right. And let's go like this, like this. Let's grab some wheels. So this is how a hydrostatic works. So if you ever driven one of those zero-turn lawnmowers or seen them, this is how a lot of those work. They run hydrostatically. So what you do is you go like this, and I might need more space. I just hit the P key. I don't mean to do that. Let's go like this. This will give me enough space, and I don't have to worry about it. All right. So what you would do here is you have the RPS node plumbed in like that. All right. And so what you would do is this is fluid in, fluid out. Okay. So the two fluid ins are there. So essentially what you would do, see, this is where it becomes a problem in the game, is this is what our valves look like. Our valves here, this is insanity. All right. This is what our valve looks like in game. All right. Stand by, I gotta sneeze. That's what our valve looks like in game, right? It is 3 blocks. Is that really 3 blocks long? No, it's 2 blocks. It's 2 by 2. So it's essentially 4 blocks, right? So you're using 4 blocks worth for a valve. The valve would fit in your hand, you know. And so the problem becomes this is, like, the better way to do it would be with gearboxes. So let's just do it with gearboxes. I think that's the best way to do it. So what you would do here is this. You'd have to do clutches, too. This is the problem that I see with doing these hydrostatic drives. Because the way the devs do it is, like, each one of these has to be a certain size in order to have a certain number of nodes. Like, you can see this one has a node here, a node here, a node here. It has to be that big. You can't have floating nodes. I wish you could. They actually, you know what the devs could do? Composite. Let's say they did this with a composite. They've actually been doing a reasonable job going to composite. Let's say there was a composite node in here, and that allowed you to valve this. All right, so let's say in a perfect world, they give us composite nodes, and we're able to valve this. That would be, because I'm trying to think of ideas for the video, I think that would be the best idea, and that would make really cool systems that are not too complicated and don't have too much piping. The piping is really where this gets crazy because you need so many different valves and pipes, and it's going to make everything huge. So if they let us have a composite node, which allowed us to let the fluid go one direction or the other, that would probably solve that. So essentially what you'd do is this fluid in right there, right? So that would be that pipe there, all right? So there's one pipe. And then we would have pipe 2. Right, like that. So it should be fluid out, all right? And that is fluid in. Look at that, perfect, all right. Should drop it down to the basement. We'll drop it down to the basement here. All right, so right there is the fluids coming out of those and going in there. And then we're running the other fluid this direction. So this is essentially a hydrostatic drive system here. And if they did composites, it would allow us to, for example, what we could do is it essentially allows you to valve. And so what you'd be able to do is, try to see the best way to do this. So if you, let's say you're turning the pump, right, the fluid's coming up here, it's going in there, and you would essentially have a valve. So you'd do a -1 there. It would let you turn the wheel, let you do the RPS in one direction there, and then the oil would come back and it would return. So I think that would be the best way to do it, is let it flow through and then use a composite signal, and we can feed it essentially a valve. So they'd be like essentially variable valves. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah, I think, because I'm trying to think of a way to explain it to the devs that doesn't make it too crazy and complicated, and that's what's tough. Because theoretically what we could do is this, and so as long as you send the fluid out here, and it's, you know, it's going to go here and it's going to sit here at 60 atmospheres, okay? It's going to come back, right, and it's going to be at whatever it returns at. So let's say it's symmetrical, it's at 60 atmospheres. All right, so you got 60 atmospheres of hydraulic fluid going out. You got 60 atmospheres of hydraulic fluid coming back in. I would say let's do 11.5 because it's a small one. Let's say it's small, it's lower pressure. So that's what would happen. And so what you would do in here is, I think this is probably the best way of the devs to do this, is keep it like this. And so what would happen is, if I want to turn the wheel forward, I would you might be able to just do this with a number node. Yeah, I think you could do this with one node. You should be able to do this with a number node, like one of these numbers. And if you did that, what you would have is you'd have 60 atmospheres coming out here, and then 60 atmospheres returning. And what you'd be able to do is, if I wanted this wheel to go forward, I would feed this a positive number, and it would open the valve, right? The valve would open, and it would let the hydraulic fluid come in, turn the RPS connection, and it would come out. That would let it turn this way. And that would keep this pressurized. And because this is a pump, what would happen is, as we add 1 atmosphere of extra pressure here, right, because it's coming through, we're like, say this is 11.5 here. Let's quickly do a picture. I can kind of draw in the picture here. All right. So like, all right, so let's say the top here is, let's do phenomena. All right, so let's say the top here is 11.5 atmospheres. Okay, that's, the fluid is coming out, right? It's coming up this way and it's going this way. All right, that's your outboard, and then your return is gonna come like this. And it returns to the pump. The pump is moving. You can even use a regular impeller on this side and do hydrostatic on the other side. So what's going to happen is once you hit 11.5, that's going to be the max value of this. So you're done. You can't add any more atmospheres. But what's going to happen is, as I open the valve here to let some of this green juice out and turn it so the wheel goes in a clockwise direction, all right, what's going to happen is we're going to lose some of this. So this goes from 11.5 to 11, okay? And then it's going to add it to the red. So the red is currently at, let's change color. So the red is currently at 11.5, right? So we lose that 5, that's gone. And now the 5 here, this 11.5, right, that's max. So we can't go above 11.5, right? But what's going to happen is, now that this is lower, it's going to take some of this, right? Areas of high pressure want to move to areas of low pressure. So what happens is the red is now going to push up here because this is below that, right? Area of high pressure, 11.5 atmospheres, wants to move to an area of low pressure, 11 atmospheres. So 0.5 atmospheres is going to go from the red to the green now. And so now you're back up here, back in balance. So you've got 11.5 and 11. That's a weird 5, 11.5. So you're back in balance, right? So they're balanced again. This should have been red because the wheel's turning now. So for every like fraction of a second, you're going to lose 0.5 out of here, but then it's going to come back through and it's going to recoup. And that's going to put you in a loop, all right? Now let's say you want to move it the other way, right? Trying to think how we could do this without making this... Trying to think of an easy way to do this so you don't have to make the fluid move backwards. Like IRL, the way you would do this is if you wanted both wheels to move the same way, you would turn the pump one way and it would make the wheels go one way, and you turn the pump the other way and make them go the other way. I'm trying to think of a way to do it where you don't have to have too much piping. That's the problem, is because you could just do 2 pumps. I would say 2 pumps is probably easiest and the best way to do it. Like, let's say that, here, let's fix this real quick. Yeah, I'm trying to think of ideas because, again, I have to, I want to make this video and I want to explain to the devs how this is going to be, like, not a big pain in the ass and people are going to be able to understand this. And so I'm trying to, like, it's easier if I can figure out some of these, like, pitfalls early and just kind of show them. Because that way it gets made in a smart way. So let's do this. Let's go... Should have put this in the center so I could do symmetry, but let's do this. All right, so hydrostatic drive, you'd have to have 2, so we'll make 2 examples real quick. I'll catch up with chat, guys. Sorry, I'm just kind of getting into this, and I want to make a video at some point so we can get this stuff in game. All right, so and I also want to show the devs how this can be compact enough that we can actually use it in our vehicles, and we don't have to have like 2 vehicles. This is actually even possible. And you got to demonstrate to them this is something that could be ubiquitous and used a lot in games. So that's kind of important. So the difference between the hydropneumatic pump and the current impellers we have, let's pretend these are the new part, the hydropneumatic pump, is these will be able to turn both directions. All right, and you'd be able to have a side A and a side B. And so if you turn this backwards, the liquid would go in here. If you turn it the other way, the liquid would go in the other way. And so what you would do here with this system is, why is this one turned? All right, so let's say we want to turn those wheels, and we're going to do it all with hydraulic pressure. So this one is an in, that one is an in. Again, these are, they're AB. It does not matter. So they're AB. All right, so we go like that, and then we go like this. This is how, and this shows, this shows that this could be compact enough where you could put it in a small car and have it work. And that's important, I think, for it to work and be viable for them to actually add it to the game. So let's turn it sideways to make it really compact. All right, so here we go. We have this is going to be our working hydraulic system here. All right. Now we have an RPS connection here. That's turning the wheels. I'm just going to delete that so you guys can see it. All right, and I'm going to take a quick, we'll put that back. And I'm going to take a quick pick and we'll put it in the, in paint, and I'll draw on it. All right, so here's our working hydrostatic system. So here we have a pump. It's omnidirectional. So all you need is a gearbox. So let's say we have a gearbox there. I should put that in. So if that's negative, it goes one way. Positive goes the other way. Just like you're shifting gears in a car. You want to go backwards. You got to, the hydraulic pressure is going to cause it to stall. So if you had 60 atmospheres, it's going to cause you to stall more than if you had 11. All right, so you put a gearbox there. You can either turn this to the left or to the right. If it goes left, the fluid comes this way. If it goes right, the fluid goes that way. All right. So let's grab, I'm going to try to get some arrows on here. Okay. So we have, let's just do one color for the hydraulic fluid. All right, good. So if the pump is turning to the right, what's going to happen is you're going to have hydraulic fluid go in this direction, right? And it's going to come to here. All right. And that is going to cause this to turn and make the RPS connection turn. All right. So when the RPS connection turns, I didn't need to do that. Stop doing things I don't want to, you bastard. There we go. All right. So what's going to happen next is when the when this turns this direction, right? It's going to send RPS out to both wheels, and it's going to turn it in one direction. And let's say for going to the right here, it's going to move us forward. So the wheels are going to go forward. That's forward. Okay. Now, as the hydraulic fluid goes through, it has to return, right? So this is essentially coming back. It's a closed loop system. And so the hydraulic fluid comes back through, and it goes around and around and around and around and around. Now, what you should probably add on here is a tank. So you'd want to add a tank, and that's your sump tank. All right, and that's just for buffering. It essentially gives you more, fluid. So let's say we put a tank on here. So there's one of your fluid tanks that can go on there. You don't necessarily, you probably need it to prime the system. So you probably want a tank. So you put a tank in there, and now the hydraulic fluid is going to loop, 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 loop. It's going to come through, and it's going to pressurize the system. Hydraulic fluid is going to go around and around. Now, if you want to go backwards, right? So you want to go in reverse, right? You'd flip the gearbox there. You'd flip it to the other direction, all right? So now, this is turning, I didn't mean to do that. This is turning this way, right? And so what it's doing is it's sending hydraulic oil going this direction, all right? Goes that way. It turns the RPS connection as it forces through the impeller, or the turbine in this case, and it would go in that direction. Well, if it's going in that direction, right, you're going to you now have RPS going this direct like that, right? It goes across, and now this is going to cause you to go backwards, all right? So that is a quick hydrostatic demonstration to show how this is useful. Now, people could say, why is this useful? Well, there's a bunch of cases where this could be useful. So let's say you have a, let's duplicate this, and I'm going to show you how you would make a tank with this. So you copy that, go over here. All right, so now what we can do is we can make a tank. So what you would do is you would go like this. So this is why you wouldn't, why, the question really is why choose this over other systems? And this would be the answer why here. Go you, that's good, right there, all right. So let's say this is your tank. Now, the benefit is something like a tank or something's going to be used in this is likely going to be larger. And so it makes sense to have it, this is, I don't think, taking up too much space here. All right, so now you have your, this is going to be your tank. Like, I mean like a tank, like, you know, you drive tank. Oh, let's grab this again real quick here. Go up one, you ding-dong. All right, so this is a hydrostatic drive where you can move the wheels independently. That's a hydrostatic, a normal, like, you're using a gearbox to run the system. You know, either forward or back, you're running both wheels at the same time. If you want to move the wheels independently, right, what you do is you grab some gearboxes. All right, and now you can put reverse on there. And so if you... All right, so here's your tank drive system right there, right? So you're feeding power to these. You're feeding consistent power running the loop here, right? And so if you want to make this wheel go forward, right, you'd turn this either left or right, and it would go forward. You want to make this one go backward, you turn it the opposite direction, that would go backward. That would be a tank drive hydrostatic system right there. So that's another cool thing you could do with, you know, a hydraulic system. So there's a bunch of shit you could do here. And then, like, to answer the question, well, why would you want this over something else? Well, you know, there's some cool things that you can do where instead of having it drive, not completely, I might keep these examples. So let's copy this one here. Instead of just like a free flow of crap like I'm doing right now, what I'll do is when I make the video for the devs, I will actually, you know, like I'll come up with these examples and then kind of walk through each of the cool things you could do and show how, like, this is really not adding a lot to the, you know, adding a lot of parts to make it work. So, for example, this is one of the reasons why you'd want this is you don't need to run solid drive shafts anymore. All right. That's what we currently have to do. So I essentially was mimicking our current systems. This is something you could do. So you would be able to pass hydraulic fluid via flexible cable, or hose in this case, and do the same thing. So that system there would also work by pumping the fluid, and you would be able to run the system like that. So there's a bunch of systems that do this where they just have hydraulic lines that operate these systems. All right, so another cool thing you could do with this, right? So you want to do a drill. I'll get off this in a sec, guys, and I'll catch up with you guys. Just kind of grooving with my ideas, so I want to keep it fresh here. All right, so now let's say we want to do a drill. Okay, we take ourselves one of our hydrostatic drives here. All right, and now instead of having, you know, we don't have really the ability to run drive shafts down because of the inflexibility of our parts, right? So you see this a lot in actual construction equipment, right? You have a long arm, it has a drill on the end of it. Well, what does it do, right? You have some hose anchors here, right? And they actually have hydraulic hoses to hook these things up IRL, right? And you go like that, and then you go from your motor. Let's grab an example motor here. All right, so here's your motor. And this is flexible. So because this is flexible, this has a good application for a bunch of construction equipment. Is you go like this, right? And then you hook up your hoses. And we now have flexible connections to be able to pass power through. And that's one of the great benefits of hydrostatic systems and why they use them so much IRL is because it's easy to be flexible, right? So there is your drill. Your drill can move all over town. And as long as it's plumbed up with hoses, you're good. And so you can pass the power from an engine through the medium of, you know, like in-game, I wouldn't even bother adding hydraulic fluid. You know, again, they have to add it. They have to have a place to buy it. They have to put it in every one of the tanks. Water is perfectly fine. I use diesel for my own hydraulic uses. If I were the devs, I'd just say, just use diesel. Just use jet fuel. Use any liquid you want. That would be what I would say to people, is just use any liquid you want. And pretend. You know, because, yeah, it would be cool if there was something you click and it goes hydraulic fluid. Great. That would be great. But it just pretend. Like, we have no problem pretending when we use my dump truck that the diesel that I'm pumping through there is hydraulic fluid. You know. All right, let me quickly check chat, and then I will we'll do a coffee break here. I got to get my voice back, and then we'll work on some more stuff. Feel like a newbie at 2000, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to do something with hydraulic drive. Yeah. Yeah, like I wanted to make that that Maybach that does the dance. I want to make that. Yeah, turbos work for a little bit. I can't even remember when that was, but they you know, you used to have to put valves to let the air through when you'd start. Making them leaky made that work, you know. You know, so this is kind of the way that I would do a pneumatic hydraulics. So I would essentially do the same pistons. You know what they need? Well, I would do the same pistons, but I would make additional and new pistons. That's what I would do if I were them. So this is what I would do if I were them. 1, make it so that you can click on the piston and set the starting position. You know, -1 is all the way in, +1 is all the way out, middle, wherever. You can set the starting position. Okay. Now, the other thing is... All right, so that would be it. It's not the best system to have connectors, but again, if we ask them to like give us 200 parts and an update, it's not going to happen. You got to be reasonable. So the connectors work perfectly fine for this. They're not perfect. I would like it if we could pre-connect things. But for example, like say you wanted to pre-connect a hydraulic cylinder, you have to have a pivot on there to be able to do it. And so what you would essentially do is you would attach, like to connect a real hydraulic cylinder, you need pivots on both sides. And now, of course, you could hold them in your hand, and in game, they're, you know, almost 1 meter long. But again, that's just the space constraints of the game is, you know, that's the smallest unit they can have. That's why, like, something that's 2 independent pieces has to be at least 2 pieces, like this, you know. And so, like, this would be what your hydraulic cylinder would have to look like. But what I like is the ability to attach this to something initially. And so this is what I would do with the hydraulic cylinders. So essentially, you have your hydraulic cylinders here, right? And I would make a small one that's this big. So it can do 1 block in-out. This is fine. This is a good size. With the connector head there, it is essentially going to be 5, which is a little bit excessively tall, but mostly because of the connector. You can turn that sideways and shrink it down a little bit. But, you know, it's actually going to be a little bit taller. Maybe 6, because you have to put another connector on the other side, essentially. So, like, if we went like that, that's about as small as you can get that. Why did that not copy when I grabbed it? So that's about as small as you can get that. So, like, that would be a small piston, and you could have it go start in, start all the way extended. Then this one I think is pretty good. This one is, it's 2 up, 2 down, right? So it can go in 2, it can go out 2. That's got a 4-stroke on it. Then what I would do if I were them is I would make a 3x. So again, it's got to be these size. So I do a 3x, right? 3x would be a big, massive old Johnny. Of course, it would be circular. It wouldn't be big and square, but essentially it would be like if you look at this one, it's almost as tall as this one is. So, like, make this one like that, and then with the cylinder, you know, so this would be for our big, huge creations right there. It's probably overly sized. It would have to be a max piston length of, let's say, 8 on this one. Again, I'm not trying to make it perfect, but... So, like, that would allow for the piston to go back in on stroke. So, like, that would be kind of our complement of hydraulic pistons. That's what I would like to see. You know, and so this would be good for, like, really, really large stuff. And then you kind of just hang with those. And if people want to XML shit, they can XML shit. But we'd have the parts innately to work on, at least. You know, and so make the circular, make it look good. They've do a pretty good job of making the parts look, you know, pretty good. So, like, there are your 3 pistons right there. And so I would have at least 3 piston sizes. And the way I'd have them work is, like, one thing they could do that would really make this helpful for us is, so the way I would do hydraulics really quickly is this, essentially. So I'm going to cut this one up. So I would make a new pivot point here, and it'll be the hydraulic pivot point. And what I would do with it is, essentially, you'd have a pivot here, because they can put in magic. The devs can put in magic. And so instead of having these as regular blocks, they would be liquid like this. And so you'd still have this same joint in the middle. You just wouldn't be able to see where it goes through. You'd imagine there's a hose there. And it would still be flexible like this, but it would allow fluid to go through this elbow. That would be a great part for not even just hydraulic stuff, but just to be able to pass fluid through there. And so what I would do is I would make it super dead simple, right? I don't think they need to reinvent the wheel 900 times. Because again, if it's too complicated, if it's going to be too much work, it's not going to get done. It's just not going to happen. And so if we want these things to happen, we got to be realistic. And we got to show them that, yeah, you can spend, whatever it's going to be, a month on this, and it'll add a lot of fun to the game. All right, so let's see. I don't think of the best way to do this here. So, like, you could do this as a closed loop system. So you could actually do this as a closed loop. And so this could make pistons because, again, IRL, I was talking about how many lines and check valves and everything you need. You could do this as a one-loop system, and I think that's what the devs would have to do. So, like, let's say we go like this. All right, and I'm just going to put in an elbow because I don't want to have to go under it. But, like, so say that's the bottom of this piston, of this pivot right here. And so you'd essentially do this, and this would pass fluid through this coupling, through that elbow. It would go up, and then it would go into the cylinder. Same thing for all three of them, right? You have a hose or a pipe that goes in there. So let's say we want it flexible, right? Likely we're going to want that to be well, the end doesn't need to be flexible. We could do a hard hose, or we could do a hose here. If we're going to do an excavator with multiple articulating parts, you're going to need some hoses probably. But let's go. All right, so let's grab the hose on there. Giggity. Let's do that. All right, so essentially this is how I would, let's add one more. I gotta add one more part here, or else this isn't gonna work. Again, and you can, this motor means anything that can cause force. So you want to do a electric motor, be my guest. You want to do an RPS powered motor, be my guest. It just needs power, period. All right, so what's going to happen is you're going to turn this motor on, right? As you rev up and it's in forward gear, it's going to spin this to the left. If it spins it to the left, right, the oil comes through here, through there, and see, this is where I'm thinking the check valve thing is. They could add that number node, and the number node, if you were at 0, this is perfect. This actually is a good idea, I think. Have a number node. If there's a number node, let's say that the number is 0. Number 0 allows, it means both valves are open. This valve's open and this valve is open. So what's going to happen is this is going to pump. It's going to pump in this direction, which is going to cause the oil to go like this, come back here, and you're never going to build pressure, right? It's going to never build pressure because you're not adding any oil. So what's going to happen is you've got that. So what you could do is, I'm trying to think of the best way to do this here. You'd have to have a tank in the system. Here, I'm going to change this up now that I have this new idea. So I think they could add the one number node to these. This is the idea that will make this work. Otherwise, this isn't going to work great. It will work, but it's not going to work great. This would make it work great. This was also going to help with making things compact. Because this would work realistically, too. So, like, let's say we're like this. Okay, so we have a reservoir tank. This is our sump tank, okay? So that's our sump. All right, just use diesel. We don't need new fuel. And what you would do is this. If you turn this to the left, it's going to send fuel to the sump, okay? So what's going to happen? You're pulling. You have a drawing force here. You're creating a low pressure. It's going to suck the pressure down. It's going to take the oil out of the cylinder. It's going to come out of the cylinder. It's going to go through this coupling here. And it's going to come out of the hose. And it's going to go through the hose, through here. And it's going to be put in the sump tank. Okay, good. Now you flip the gear. And now this turns to the right. It's going to suck the diesel out of the sump tank. And it's going to push it through here, through the hose, increasing the pressure, causing the cylinder to go out. All right. Now this allows you to turn the motor one way or the other. All right. This is the easiest way to do it, I would say. Again, but you need to have it so it's not leaky. This is actually, this right here is, this solves the problem. This is actually the easiest way to do it. Yeah, this is actually super easy right here. I think this is the best way to do it. So you have a sump tank that you can draw from. This is easy. This is cake, man. This works in all, I think this works with all examples really well. Yeah. You know, now if you wanted to do some of these, like this does need to loop. So this needs to loop because you need to send the fluid around to spin this one. You need to send the fluid around to spin these. Same thing here. Fluid needs to go around to spin those because it would come here, it would spin this, but it'd have no place to go. It needs to come back. So these do need to be loops. This needs to be loops, but this can be one way or the other. You can push it out because you're not looking to push this out for 100 years. You're looking to push it out till it stops, right? And then you want to pull it back in. And that would be, and the cool thing with this is the pistons would be stronger based on the pressure of the hydraulic fluid. So if you put in 11.5, right, this piston is going to be only so strong. It's only going to be able to lift so much, right? So let me see what 11.5 is. ATM to PSI. I think it's 14. Yeah, it's 14.69. So 14.69 times 11.5. That's 168 PSI, right? Pounds per square inch. Let's see. 0.25 meter squared to square inch. I work better in square inches, so a quarter meter squared is 387 square inches. So at so that'd be 168. Wow, that's big, man. So 168 times 387. So that should be able to pick up 65,000 pounds. So 33, let's say 30,000 kilograms. So 30,000 kilograms with this pump. If you go to the bigger pump, right, you're going to be at 60 atmospheres, right? So let me see, 60 times 14.69 is 881 PSI times 387. So that's going to be able to hold 341,000 pounds right here. Now, I did it as a quarter. I did it as this. So, like, cut it in half. Like, say the piston is half the size there. So the bigger your piston, the more area you have. So you can actually push lower pressure. So, for example, like, this is kind of cool. I'll talk about the last thing, and then I'll quickly re-chat and quickly go get coffee, and then we'll work on something else. But, so kind of the cool thing with the pistons is the bigger the piston, you can send a lower pressure to be able to move a heavier weight. And so the problem is it takes a lot more oil. So you got to move a shitload of oil. So, for example, this piston here, right, it's only, you look at the space here. Let's say it's a quarter of a quarter here. So let's say, so 0.0625. So 0.0625. So instead of 387 square inches, that is 96 square inches. Okay, so 96 square inches, what is it? 11.5 times 14.69. That's 168 PSI times 96. So this one, let's say this one could pick up a maximum of 16,217 pounds. Okay, we'll do a metric as well. So 7371 kilograms. So that's how big this would pick up. So that could pick that up with this pump. Okay, now you bring in the bigger impeller. Okay, there's your bigger impeller. All right, this can go up to 60 atmospheres. Okay. So 60 times 14.69 is 881 times 96. So if you use the bigger pump on this smaller piston, you're now able to pick up 84,614 pounds or 38,000 kilograms. So by using the bigger pump, and this is where it becomes fun and cool, by you being able to change the pressure, you can change how strong the piston is, and that's what's fun. Now you come to this one, right? This one, let's say this one is, let's say that's a full 0.25, right? So again, that's a full 0.25 on there. So that is now, let's see, 0.25. So 387 divided by 96. So yeah, just around 4, so that's perfect. So if this is 4 times the size of this, this should be 4 times as strong. Now this is much, let's say this is a half. Yeah, let's say this is a quarter, this is a half, right? So this is twice as strong as this. So if you're up to 86,000 pounds, this one would go up to double that. And then this is double this again, and you're able to go even higher. Now, you could theoretically run this piston off of this small pump. That's one of the cool things about hydraulics in real life. But you're going to need an absolutely massive tank. All right. And so you need a huge-ass tank of oil, because the reason this works is you're pumping a small amount of oil at reasonably low pressure, but you keep packing it in there, and 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 pack. And eventually, right, you're going to get back pressure pushing on this pump. And once it hits 11.5, you're done. And the reason why you can get so much strength out of this is going to have a much bigger diameter, and that's going to give more space for the oil to push on. So that would be, so I think this would work really, really well for hydraulics as well. You know, we already have 2 different sizes that can go up to 60 atmospheres. We have it with pumps too. You don't need impellers, right? You can do pumps, right? This one is 11.5. This is the same as this one. And this one here goes up to 60. So you could use these if you wanted. I think this would be so cool and so much fun. And I think, so I'll go back and review this, because I think we've got enough here that I think the devs could reasonably do this. And I think it would be really rewarding in game. And the big thing for them is this can't take 2 years. They can't, like, do nothing for 2 years while they work on this. And so by doing this, I think the tweaking would be pretty minor. Go into this impeller, make sure it flows in one direction. Let us turn it either left spits out of here, right spits out of there. Bingo. Now we have this working. We have this working. They're very interesting systems. They're all different. Like, this can go one way, the other, because you're only pushing this out or not. The reason this wouldn't work is for these. If you spit the oil out this way, right, it's going to turn this, like, say you got rid of this pipe, you had no return line. What's going to happen is, right, you're going to spit the oil here. It's going to get to this, and it's going to have no place to go. And so, yeah, it's going to turn the wheels maybe, I don't know, quarter of a turn, and then you're done. You need to be able to continue to have that oil come back. So as the high-pressure oil goes through here, it spins this impeller, which turns the wheels, and then it comes back, and it spins and spins and spins, and then you turn it the other way, it goes the other way, it goes spins and spins, and you go backwards. So I think that is a really doable thing with minimal changes effectively for the devs. All right, I'm going to catch up in chat, and then I think I'm going to go play Tarkov. I'm being summoned for that. So there's been a lot of fun talking about this. I really enjoyed the new mining truck. Let's catch up with chat. Sorry, guys, I've been really kind of into this, so I haven't been checking on you guys much. But pneumatic pistons would be the exact same. I'll do like 4 seconds on this. Pneumatic pistons, exactly the same. Instead of moving a liquid, you're moving a gas. The difference being that you need to punch a lot of gas in there in order to get the pressure up. And so, yes, you would get similar performance, but the difference is this. If this is the tank of hydraulic fluid you would need, because the molecules of the liquid are really close together and the molecules of the air are really far apart, you would need a tank this big of air to be able to push this piston up. And you'd only need this much hydraulic fluid to push this piston up. So the benefits of having a hydraulic system is you could have a smaller tank. Now, the benefits of a pneumatic system is this. You don't need a tank at all. What do? Real simple here. I know I said it'd take 2 seconds. I don't want to delete my model here, but I'll just talk about it real quick. So you push a bunch of air into this piston, right? Air does not pollute the environment. You can go throw air on the ground. You can't throw hydraulic fluid on the ground. So what you do is you just take an air and you suck the air in out from the atmosphere, right? You push it through the pipe. You push up the piston. Then when you want to push the piston down, right, what do? You open a valve and you let the air out. And you let the air go out into the atmosphere. And you could just have an air intake right here. And so it sucks the air in, it pressurizes, it pushes the piston up, it goes backwards, and it blows the air back out in the world. You need no tank now. You just need a fluid port. So that's pneumatics right there. Very cool. So let me catch up with chat real quick. Sorry, guys. I've been out of chat. But a lot of fun with this. You just lost all your builds? Dude, you got to back up your builds. I keep seeing horror stories here. I have a portable hard drive. Every 2 days, all the builds get backed up. So everybody in chat, everybody watching, go back up your builds. You know, I do it every couple days. You know, just, I know it sucks for Amanda, but it's like, think of it as a learning experience. And just, I see so many horror stories constantly on everywhere about people losing their builds. Back your builds up, back your builds up, back your builds up. You know, I put them on a portable hard drive. I have about 20 copies of my vehicles folder on that hard drive. And as I get too many, I delete the old ones, and I have every vehicle I've ever made saved on a portable hard drive. So please do that so you don't lose your builds. Sorry about that, Amanda. That sucks. We'll see you later. Break or break? B-R-E-A-K. I'm taking a B-R-E-A-K. Yeah, so I'm going to make a video on pneumatics and hydraulics. So I really wanted to get some examples. I wanted to think through the systems. Because, again, you know, the way that this is going to get done in game is we have to show the devs that this is, one, something we want, something that is cool, something that is doable, something that they don't have to spend too much time on. It will add a ton of gameplay for a limited amount of development time. It will add a limited number of parts. Most of the parts we already have in game. A couple parts going to need tweaking. We just need it so these don't leak anymore. And so they should make something called the hydropneumatic pump. They should have two sizes. They should have large and small. They can look identical. I have no problem. I like the way these look. Great. Keep them. Just put in a one-way check valve that they do not leak. That would fix this. We'd have turbos. They need to make it so that we have a fluid A, fluid B instead of fluid in and out so that they can go one way or the other. These pumps would already work. The pumps already work fine. Leave the pumps. So really all they have to do is add two parts and then the pistons, of course, if they wanted to add pistons. And then these would also work as hydropneumatic drives because the fluid would also move the RPS connection. So that is pretty doable, I think. It's take two parts, duplicate them, and change the characteristics of them in a minor way with some code, and you'd unlock a huge amount of game possibilities. You've never backed up your builds. Okay, real simple here. Let's go over this. We'll do a public service announcement here. All right, unfortunately, somebody lost their builds. All right. So find where your builds are. If you need to, go. You can go to Steam and find your directory for a game. I'll go right back to where the directory is. All right, here is where my. Let me check this real quick. Okay, so right here, I have a shortcut to it. All right, just go to your Steam. You can look it up. Click on the shortcut. All right, go to Data, Vehicles. All right, copy that. All right, now you see these copies? These are old copies. They're all dated, so you know when they're at. It takes you, well, it depends on your computer, but okay, so every vehicle I've ever made has been backed up. All right, I'm going to do the next part off screen because this is my personal drive over here, but, all right, so then I go to my external hard drive. All right, I'll bring it back up here. All right, here's my external hard drive. Here are all my copies. All right, so, so we got that. Let's plug that up. Why won't it drag properly to go up there? Okay, anyway, so here's my external hard drive. So I'm up to 160. I've copied my folder 160 times at least. So here we're going to go 161. Bingo. We're going to cut that. All right, and then we're going to open up the portable hard drive, and I'm going to paste it. And that's it. Now it's on my portable hard drive. It takes a little while for this to go, but you know, it's only about 160 gigs, or 1.6 gigs rather, so just under 2 gigs. And I've got a lot of vehicles. And you see how many copies I have? So if at any point, let's say I screw the DE6 up beyond recognition and I need to fix it, I can go back and find where the DE6 is from a week ago, and I have it. This is what I recommend. Like, it was probably $100 for this, and I have a big ass external hard drive. It just plugs into my keyboard into one of the USB ports, and that's all you have to do to prevent this heartache I keep seeing people have. It's not difficult to do. Let's go to Steam real quick. We'll try to figure this out here real quick. Let's go properties. Where is it? Updates, install files, backup game files, integrity, browse. Right here. Browse, and there is stormworks right there. This is not the regular one, is it? ROM data. That's the regular ROM. I forget where it is. It's I could find the file structure for you guys, but you know, you can ask. Let me see if I can find the file structure. I'm trying not to bring up too many of my personal files here. Let's do this. Let's see. Open. Where is it? Properties. Trying to find where it is. I've got it set as a shortcut, so it's kind of a pain in the ass to find where it's. I'm in the. That's my external hard drive. I am in the wrong folder. Stand by. All right, there's data. Let's find the properties of that. All right, here it is right here. So you have a. It's usually in your user folder. It will show you right there where it is. So users, your name, app data, roaming, stormworks. So, users, your name, app data, roaming, stormworks, and you now can back up your files and never have to cry again because you lost everything. So, please do that, people. It's not that hard to do. It really is quick. I do it every 2 days, I'd say. And you saw how many copies I have. I've deleted many, many copies of it because I have so many freaking copies of it. But and anytime you have a problem, you've got all your folders, all your files. I have some of my old builds on my other PC. You know, from a long time ago. So, but do that. All right, let me just quickly check, guys, and then I'm going to finish up and go play some Tarkov. They didn't remove the option artificially. There were other problems caused. They don't just like say, oh, fuck, people are having fun, let's get rid of that. It's causing another problem. There were problems caused by some of that stuff. You know, people have been wanting turbos back for a while. The devs would probably like to do it, but they have a long list of shit they need to do. And by making it something interesting like this, it makes it part of a bigger thing. And so they could add hydraulics, pneumatics, turbos, all that shit, hydrostatic drives all in one. So I'll make that video. You know, so there's a bunch to do there. But yeah, make sure you back up your files, guys. That's the message of the day. Is like so many people like, I lost all my files. Woe is me. I understand it sucks, dude, but, you know, since PCs were invented, people have been telling you to back up your files. You got to do it. All your important files, anything you would hate to lose, you got to back it up. I back up my save files if I want those saved. Back it up, put it on something else, because if your computer fries and you have one computer, you're fucked. So go get a portable hard drive or put it on another hard drive. Like if you have it on if you have 2 solid states, back it up on a different solid state. So if you cook one of your solid states, the other one is good to go. All right. So thank you guys for watching. I got really excited with all that hydraulic talk. I think I've played with the idea enough to really kind of. I should be able to make a video for the devs. If you see the video come out, guys, and you agree with it, make sure you comment, like, and all that stuff. That way, the devs can see what is popular in the community. You know, go on the feature request and say, hey, I found this video. And this has a feature I would like, and search first. So search for hydraulics, pneumatics, and be like, hey, this person put out this video. This is some cool ideas that would add to the game. Because if the devs see a lot of the people want something, that's an easy win for them. Hey, this is not too much work. A lot of people want it. It will add to the game. It will not bloat the files. They're worried about that too. They're worried about bloating the game files because it makes it harder on people's computers. Like the people complaining about the game not loading at 90, part of that is loading in all the stuff that needs to load in. That's why they keep talking. They don't want to add too many parts. So this would add all of 2 parts and add a lot of really cool stuff. So thank you guys. I will see you in the next one.